We are on the record for hearings and the matters listed in the North Dakota Industrial Commission hearing docket for March 27th. I'm David Garner, hearing examiner for these hearings. We are at the hearing room for the Department of Human Resources, Oil and Gas Division. It is 9:01 a.m. On the docket, the following matters will be continued or dismissed. Case number 31353 continued. Case number 31238 continued. Case number 31589 dismissed. Case number 31300 continued. Case number 31301 continued. Case number 31477 continued. Case number 31599 dismissed. Case number 31317 continued. Case number 31478 continued. Case number 31154 dismissed. Case number 31509 dismissed. Case number 31264 continued. The administrative docket starts on page 5 with case number 31595 and goes through case number 31553 on the supplement. These cases will be heard in the next room with Michael Zisch. Audio recordings of the cases in the administrative docket will be placed on the Oil and Gas website by the end of the week. If you wish to appear in one of the matters on the administrative docket, please appear in the next room. If there is opposition to the matter, it will be brought back into this hearing room to be heard, and your statements and evidence will be taken. We'll begin with moving to case number 31584. Application of Continental Resources, Inc. for an order amending the field rules for the Border Bakken Pool and/or Stoneview Bakken Pool, Burke County, North Dakota, so as to create and establish two overlapping 1920-acre spacing units comprised of sections 4, 9, and 16 and sections 21, 28, and 33, Township 161 North, Range 94 West, authorizing the drilling of a horizontal well on each proposed overlapping 1920-acre spacing unit and such further relief. All interested parties, please come forward.
Thank you, Mr. Examiner. Lawrence Bender, P.O. Box 1855, Bismarck, North Dakota, appearing in case number 31584 on behalf of Continental Resources, Inc. We'll be calling 3 witnesses in this matter, and I believe, Mr. Examiner, you have a list of those witnesses.
Yes, I do. Mr. Callaway.
Muted. Yes.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm under the penalties of perjury the testimony you're about to give in this matter will be true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
Yes, I do.
Matt, by whom are you employed?
Continental Resources
In what capacity?
as a landman.
And in that capacity, have you had an opportunity to testify before the commission previously, and have your qualifications accepted as that of an expert?
Yes, I have.
And have you, strike that, offer the further testimony of this witness that of an expert?
Motion granted.
Okay, Matt, let's go to Exhibit L1 in the packet. What I'd like you to do is identify Exhibit L1 and then briefly describe what's contained upon it.
Sure. Exhibit L1 is a general locator map showing the existing field boundaries outlined in blue and the proposed 19 or 20 acre spacing units outlined in red and black.
Right, and then let's go to the next exhibit, L2.
L2 is a detailed land plat of sections 4 and 9 of 161 North, 94 West of Burke County, as well as a working interest breakdown indicating Continental Resources having a 66.7% working interest.
And L3.
L3 is the detailed land plat of section 16 of Township 161 North, Range 94 West, Burke County, as well as a working interest breakdown indicating Continental having a 98.58% working interest.
And L4.
L4 is the detailed land plat of sections 4, 9, and 16 of Township 161 North, Range 94 West, as well as a working interest breakdown indicating Continental having a 77.32% working interest.
And L5.
L5 is a detailed land plat of section 21 of 161 North, 94 West, as well as a work interest breakdown indicating Continental having an 81.54% work interest.
L6,
L6 is a detailed land plat of sections 28 and 33 of 161 North, range 94 West, as well as a work interest breakdown indicating Continental having a 78.59% work interest.
and L7.
L7 is a detailed land plat of sections 21, 28, and 33 of Township 161 North, 94 West, as well as a work interest breakdown indicating Continental having a 79.57% working interest.
No further questions of this witness, Mr. Examiner.
Any questions from the staff? Mr. Nance,
Yes.
do you solemnly swear or affirm under the penalties of perjury the testimony you're about to give in this matter will be true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
Yes.
David, by whom are you employed?
Continental Resources.
Can you repeat that? You broke up a little bit.
Continental Resources.
And in what capacity?
I'm a geologist, operations.
And in that capacity, have you testified before the commission previously and had your qualifications accepted as that of an expert?
Yes, I have.
For the further testimony, this witness that of an expert.
Motion granted.
Okay, David, let's go to the next exhibit in the packet. It's been previously marked as G1. Can you identify G1 and briefly discuss what's contained upon it?
G1 is a structure map of the Bakken in subsea TBD. It has our proposed spacing units highlighted in yellow and the field outlines outlined in blue. It also has a type well starred right there.
Okay, it's also a structure map. Can you basically explain that?
The structure is where we expect the Bakken to be over an area, the top of the Bakken,
Okay, and what are the contour intervals?
50 feet.
Okay, let's go on then to G2. Can you tell me what G2 is?
G2 is a type log for the area. It displays the log unit 50 feet above the Bakken pool through the Bakken and Three Forks. We expect uniform thickness, density, and porosity in this area.
And what's the target zone? Is it Middle Bakken, Three Forks, or both?
I believe it's Middle Bakken.
No further questions of this witness.
Any questions from the staff?
We also have G3 there.
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay, yeah, let's go to G3. I apologize.
But that's okay. We put this in there to show our spacing areas, spacing units in the area, and the existing development that is currently on those. Middle Bakken wells are highlighted in green, and Three Forks wells are highlighted in pink, and type logs indicated by a red star.
Okay. No, I have no further questions.
Ms. Elliott,
Yes.
do you solemnly swear or affirm under the penalties of perjury the testimony you're about to give in this matter will be true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
Yes.
Kate, by whom are you employed,
Continental Resources
and in what capacity?
as a resource development engineer.
And in that capacity, have you testified before the commission previously?
Yes.
Had your qualifications accepted as that of an expert?
Yes.
For the further testimony of this witness, that of an expert.
Motion granted.
Okay, Kate, let's go to the next exhibit in the packet, E1. You want to tell us what E1 is and briefly describe what's contained on that exhibit?
Exhibit E1 is a directional plot showing the proposed 1920 acre spacing unit comprised of sections 4, 9, and 16 of 161 North, 94 West. The existing wells are shown as the pink solid lines, and future development is shown as a dashed green line.
And E2?
E2 is a directional plot showing the proposed 1920 acre spacing unit comprised of sections 21, 28, and 33 of 161 North, 94 West. The existing wells are shown as pink solid lines, and the future development is shown as a dashed green line.
And then the next exhibit, E3.
E3 is a schematic of our typical 3-mile Middle Bakken well for the proposed 1920 acre spacing units. We're showing a TD of 25,000 feet measured depth with a 7-inch casing point of about 10,000 feet measured depth, which puts our lateral length at about 15,000 feet. The lateral will be cemented and completed with plug and perf stages paired with hydraulic fracturing operations.
And how many frac stages are you anticipating? Did you hear my question?
Yes, we're anticipating about 100 stages. Oh, sorry, 50 stages.
Okay. Let's go to E4. Tell us what E4 is.
E4 outlines the reserves and economics for an individual 3-mile Middle Bakken well. Starting with the reserve section, we're expecting an oil IP of about 650 barrels of oil per day, an oil EUR of 525,000 barrels of oil, a gas EUR of about 1 BCF, and a BOE EUR of 704 MBOE, for an EUR GOR of 2,048. Moving on to the economic section, with a total estimated gross drilling and completion cost of $10 million, a 60-3 oil gas price deck, and the reserves mentioned above, we are expecting a total NPV of $1.9 million per well, a rate of return of 16%, and an undiscounted payout of 4.4 years. Also shown are the reservoir parameters broken out for the Middle Bakken, as David previously spoke to.
And then Exhibit GM1, is that a gas capture affidavit that the commission typically requires in these sorts of matters?
Yes.
And to answer the question that I asked the geologic witness, it looks based on your economics that we're only talking about Middle Bakken wells. Is that a fair statement?
Correct.
And in your opinion, will the requested relief prevent waste, protect relative rights, and prevent the drilling of unnecessary wells?
Yes.
No further questions. Offer the exhibits.
Exhibits are admitted. Any questions from the staff?
Okay, this is David Tabor. On Exhibit E1, can you indicate to me where your surface location is going to be? You do show it as depicted in your ledger there, but I don't actually see it laid out.
We're still scoping exact surface location.
Is it the intent to have one location and drill both spacing units?
I think that would be our preferred development strategy, but we are still scoping where that surface location could be.
Are you intending to batch drill both spacing units at the same time?
If they could be located on the same pad, then yes, we would likely batch drill them. However, we do not have that surface location decided yet.
When's Continental anticipating to spud the well?
The anticipated spud is the second quarter of 2026.
So if the surface locations are not determined at this time, is there a chance that instead of having on Exhibit 1 the well drilling from Section 4 south to Section 16, that could be reversed the other way around?
Yes, that is a possibility at this time.
Okay, thank you.
Kate, with the application, you're only asking for one well on each of the two 1920 spacing units. Is this kind of a proof of concept for 3-mile laterals in the area?
I wouldn't say specifically for 3-mile laterals. As you know, this is part of the fringier area of the basin, so it would be more a test of the economics in this area, not specifically to execution of a 3-mile lateral, which we feel very confident in.
So not necessarily the execution of the 3-mile, but the economics and profitability of the 3-mile laterals in this area.
Yes.
Okay. I also note you're targeting the Middle Bakken. Looks like a lot of the initial drilling was on the Three Forks. Do you anticipate better results out of the Middle Bakken at this time?
At this time, we do.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, that concludes our hearing for case number 31584. Case number 31585. Application of Continental Resources, Inc. for an order amending the field rules for the Stoneview Bakken Pool, Viking Bakken Pool, and North Tioga Bakken Pool, Divide, and Burke Counties, North Dakota, so as to create and establish the following. 1. An overlapping 1920 acre spacing unit comprised of sections 6, 7, and 18, Township 160 North, Range 94 West, authorizing the drilling of a horizontal well on said proposed overlapping 1920 acre spacing unit. And 2. 3 overlapping 3840 acre spacing units comprised of sections 1, 12, and 13, Township 160 North, Range 95 West, and sections 6, 7, and 18, Township 160 North, Range 94 West, sections 5, 6, 7, 8, 17, and 18, Township 160 North, Range 94 West, and sections 23, 26, 22, 23, 26, 27, 34, and 35, Township 160 North, Range 94 West, authorizing the drilling of a horizontal well on or near the section line between existing spacing units on each proposed overlapping 3840 acre spacing unit and or such further relief. I will note that the 3840 acre spacing unit consisting of 22, 23, 26, 27, 34, and 35, 160, 94 has been withdrawn from this application. All interested parties, please come forward.
Thank you, Mr. Examiner. Lawrence Bender, P.O. Box 1855, Bismarck, appearing in this matter, case 31585, on behalf of Continental Resources, Inc. We'll have the same 3 witnesses in this case as we had in the previous case.
You can proceed.
Matt, let's go to Exhibit L1. Can you tell us what L1 is?
Sure. Exhibit L1 is a general locator map showing the existing field boundaries outlined in blue and the proposed 1,920 acre spacing unit outlined in black, and one of the proposed 3,840 acre spacing units outlined in red, and the other outlined in purple.
Okay. But you agree with the statement of the hearing officer that 22, 23, 26, 27, 34, and 35 have been withdrawn?
Yes.
Okay. Let's go on to the next exhibit then, Matt, L2.
Exhibit L2 is a detailed land plat of Section 6 of 160 North, 94 West of Burke County, North Dakota, as well as a work interest breakdown indicating Continental having a 94.9% work interest.
Okay, let's go to L3.
L3 is a detailed land plat of Section 7 and 18 of Township 160 North, Range 94 West, Burke County, North Dakota, as well as a work interest breakdown indicating Continental having a 74.56% work interest.
And L4.
L4 is a detailed land plat of Section 6, 7, and 18 of Township 160 North, Range 94 West, as well as a work interest breakdown indicating Continental having an 81.43% work interest.
Okay, and then L5.
L5 is a detailed land plat of Sections 1 and 12 of 160 North, Range 95 West in Divide County, North Dakota, as well as a work interest breakdown indicating Continental having a 79.04% work interest.
L6.
L6 is a detailed land plat of Section 13 of 160 North, Range 95 West, as well as a work interest breakdown indicating Continental having a 35.1% work interest.
L7.
L7 is a detailed land plat of Sections 1, 12, and 13 of 160 North, 95 West, as well as Sections 6, 7, and 18 of 160 North, Range 94 West, and a work interest breakdown indicating Continental having a 73% work interest.
L8.
L8 is a detailed land plat of Sections 5 and 8 of 160 North, Range 94 West, in Burke County, North Dakota, as well as a work interest breakdown indicating Continental having an 81.77% work interest.
And then finally, Exhibit L9.
L9 is a detailed land plat of sections 5, 6, 7, 8, 17, and 18 of 160 North, Range 94 West, as well as a work interest breakdown indicating Continental having an 83.63% work interest.
No further questions of the land witness.
Any questions from the staff?
Matt, just bear with me while I verify something for a second. The south end of your 1, 6, 2, 12, 13, and 18, 38, 40, the two southern sections in that are currently included in a 2,560 acre spacing unit, for what I'm assuming is the lease line between 13 and 18, 24, and 19. Have you been in contact with the operators down there and discussed that spacing unit?
I have been in contact with Silver Hill. I believe we operate sections 18 and 19.
Okay. Do you know what the plans would be for the southern half of that lease line interval if that 2560 were dissolved?
We would, I mean, that's to develop 19 and 30.
Well, I'm talking between the section line between 24 and 19.
Right, to develop those two sections with the section line well, between those two.
You do a 1 mile section line well between those two? Matt, what I'm getting at is that there's an existing spacing unit proposed there, and you're taking two of those sections away. So I'm asking you what the plans for developing the remaining portion would be.
I apologize. We will have to take a look. I'm not exactly 100% confident in the question right now. I know 1930 is our spacing unit that we will plan on developing as a 1280. And the units next to it, I believe it'd still be up to us and Silver Hill how that gets developed.
Okay, and what I'm specifically asking about is the lease line between them, because it's currently included in a 2560 with 13 and 18. And if we grant this application, you're going to include the lease line between 13 and 18 in your 3840. And so I'm asking what the plan would be for that remaining section line. I guess if you can follow up.
Yeah, I guess what you're in essence asking is there's a 2560 in place, and if this relief is granted, it's going to split that 2560.
Correct.
Okay, if we can leave the record open, we can supplement,
Okay, thank you.
if that's okay with you.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah, just need some kind of response or answer
Sure.
for what we're looking at approving here.
Well, we'll supplement.
You can proceed.
I'm sorry, did you say I can go forward?
Yeah.
Okay, David, let's go to Exhibit G1. Can you tell me what G1 is?
One is the structure map of the top of the Bakken with 50-foot contour intervals displayed in subsea TBD values. It has a proposed spacing units highlighted in yellow and the 1920 in black, outlined in black, and the two 3840s in red and orange. And field outlines are blue. There's a type well indicated by a red star.
Okay, and it also has structure contours on here, is that correct?
That's correct.
And what are the footages on those contours?
50 feet.
Okay, let's go on to Exhibit G2. You want to tell us what G2 is?
G2 is the type log for the area. It displays the log unit from 50 feet above the Bakken pool through the Bakken Pool Fork Formation, We expect uniform thickness, density, and porosity in the area.
Okay, G3.
E3 is a general locator map just showing our current spacing unit and Middle Bakken wells and the existing wells in the area. Middle Bakken's green and Three Forks is pink, and the type log is in red, a red star.
No further questions.
Any questions from staff?
Is the target interval the Middle Bakken? Is that correct?
Middle Bakken, yes, that's correct.
Thank you.
You can proceed.
Kate, E1.
E1 is a directional plot showing the proposed 1920 acre spacing unit comprised of sections 6, 7, and 18 of 160 North, 94 West. The existing wells are shown as solid pink lines, and the future development is shown as a dashed green line.
E2.
E2 is a directional plot showing the proposed 1920 acre spacing unit showing the proposed 3840 acre spacing unit comprised of sections 1, 12, 13 of 160 North, 95 West, and 6, 7, and 18 of 160 North, 94 West. The existing wells are shown as the solid pink line, and the future development is shown as dashed green line.
So the section line, well, that is a dash line, but because it goes over the top of a solid black line, it looks solid. Is that a fair statement?
That is correct.
Let's go to E3.
E3 is a directional plot showing the proposed 3840 acre spacing unit comprised of sections 6, 7, and 18 of 160 North, 94 West, and sections 5, 8, and 17 of 160 North, 94 West. The existing wells are shown as the pink solid line, and the future development is shown as dashed green line. Again, the section line well there is shown overlaid this section line, and it might appear as a solid line, but it is a dashed green line.
Okay, and then let's go to E4.
E4 is a schematic of our typical 3-mile Middle Bakken well for the proposed 1920 and 3840 acre spacing unit. We have a TD of 25,000 feet measured depth with a 7-inch casing point at about 10,000 feet MD, which puts our lateral length at about 15,000 feet. The lateral will be cemented and completed with approximately 50 plug and perf stages paired with hydraulic fracturing operations.
And E5.
E5 outlines the reserves and economics for an individual 3-mile Middle Bakken well. In the reserve section, we show an anticipated oil IP of about 650 barrels of oil per day, an oil EUR of 525,000 barrels of oil, a gas EUR of about 1 BCF, a BOE EUR of 704,000 BOE, and an EUR-GOR of 2,048. Moving on to the economic section, with a total estimated gross drilling and completion cost of $10 million, a 60-3 oil gas price deck, and the reserves mentioned before, we're expecting a total NPV of $1.9 million per well, a rate of return of 16% per well, and an undiscounted payout of 4.4 years. Also shown are the reservoir parameters broken out for the Middle Bakken, as David previously spoke to.
Okay, and the only reason you did economics just for the Middle Bakken is this is just a Middle Bakken test. Is that correct?
Yes, we're planning on only developing the Middle Bakken in these spacing units at this time.
And let's go to Exhibit GM1. Is that a gas capture affidavit that the commission typically requires in these sorts of matters?
Yes.
No further questions. Offer the exhibits.
Exhibits are admitted. Any questions from the staff?
Kate, with I guess somewhat marginal economics, possibly, and kind of proving up the 3-mile as a reasonable drilling operation here. I guess, do you intend to drill all 3 of these, the 1920 and the 2 boundary wells on the 3840s at the same time?
Yes, that is the plan.
Would you plan to have them on an individual pad?
I think our preferred development would be to have all 3 wells on a single pad.
But I'm assuming you haven't determined a surface location at this time?
That is correct.
Do you know when you plan to spud?
This is currently planned to spud in very early 2027 with potential to possibly slide into 2026.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, are the 2 section line wells intended to be drilled on the section line, or are you gonna offset them?
At this time, we have them slated on top of those section lines.
Okay, thank you.
Lawrence, is April 3rd enough time to supplement the record?
Next Thursday, whatever that date
I
is,
think it's April
we've
3rd.
been,
I think it's April 3rd.
yeah, that'll be fine. I think that's kind of what we've been using as the default date. Yeah, that works.
Okay, the record will remain open in this case until April 3rd. That concludes the hearing for case number 31585. Case number 31586, application of Continental Resources, Inc. for an order amending the field rules for the Dollar Joe Bakken Pool, Williams County, North Dakota, so as to create and establish the following. 1, an overlapping 1920 acre spacing unit comprised of sections 4, 9, and 16, Township 155 North, Range 97 West, authorizing the drilling of 3 horizontal wells on said proposed overlapping 1920 acre spacing unit. And 2, an overlapping 3840 acres spacing unit comprised of sections 4, 5, 8, 9, 16, and 17, Township 155 North, Range 97 West, authorizing the drilling of a horizontal well on or near the section line between existing space units on said proposed overlapping 3840 acre space unit and or such further relief. All interested parties, please come forward.
Lawrence Bender, P.O. Box 1855, Bismarck, appearing in this matter, case 31586 on behalf of Continental Resources, Inc. And I believe you have a list of the individuals who'll be testifying in this matter.
Mr. Saley,
Yes, sir.
do you solemnly swear or affirm under the penalties of perjury the testimony you're about to give in this matter will be true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
I do.
Yusuf, would you state your full name for the record, please?
Yes. Yusuf Isaili,
And by whom are you employed?
Continental Resources as a landman.
And in that capacity, have you testified before the commission previously?
I have.
Have you had your qualifications accepted as that of an expert?
I have.
Offer the further testimony of this witness that of an expert.
Motion granted.
Yusuf, let's go to the, skip the cover page and go to Exhibit L1. Can you tell me what Exhibit L1 is, and then briefly describe what's contained on it?
Well, Exhibit L1 is a general locator map. Field outlines are going to be outlined in blue. Our proposed 1920 acre spacing covering sections 4, 9, and 16 of 155 North, 98 West is going to be outlined in black. And the proposed 3840 acre spacing unit covering 4, 5, 8, 9, 16, and 17 of 155 North, 98 West is going to be outlined in red.
L2?
L2 is the detailed land map covering sections 4 and 9 of 155 North, 97 West, Williams County, North Dakota, as well as detailed working interest showing Continental Resources with over 50% working interest there.
And L3?
L3 is a detailed land map covering section 16 of 155 North, 97 West, Williams County, North Dakota, and Continental having a working interest of 100%.
L4?
L4 is going to be a detailed land map covering the three previous sections, being section 4, 9, and 16 of 155 North, 97 West. In this proposed unit of 1,920 acres, Continental Resources is reflected with a working interest of over 66.87%.
And L5.
L5 is a detailed land map covering sections 5 and 8 of 155 North, 97 West, Williams County, North Dakota. The breakdown in working interest reflects that Continental Resources has 78.59% working interest.
And L6.
L6 is going to be a detailed land plat covering section 17 of 155 North, 97 West, Williams County, North Dakota, and a working interest breakdown showing Continental Resources with 100% working interest.
L7.
L7 is a detailed land plat covering 3,840 acres, as well as sections 4, 5, 8, 9, 16, and 17 of 155 North, 97 West, Williams County, North Dakota, and a working interest breakdown reflecting that Continental Resources has around 76.30 interest.
No further questions of the land witness.
Any questions from the staff?
I'm a little bit confused on the range. I just want to make sure that it's 97 west or 98 west. I think L1 shows 98 west, but all the documents show 97 west, so am I missing something?
I think you found it
That
here.
is going.
Go ahead.
Go ahead.
No, you go.
I apologize for that. That is going to be 98 west there. That is a error on our end on those plats.
Mr. Director, would you like us to supplement with the correct?
Probably, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, thanks. Thank you. So it's 98, right?
Sorry, Yusuf, just to confirm, is the application in 15597 correct?
No.
Let me verify that. Give me 1 second.
I think if you go to Exhibit G1, that's going to answer your question. I know we're not there yet, but it looks like everything's in 15598.
If that's the case, then we have an advertising error.
Yeah.
Okay, so we'll have to,
Yeah, we'll probably make another application of this. Would just make more sense to dismiss. We can incorporate the record so that you don't have to waste the staff's time again. But I think, I obviously want to talk with my client about that, but it seems to me, given what I'm seeing here, is that's the error, and that's the way we could fix it.
okay. Thank you.
You can proceed your next witness. Oop, I'm sorry.
I'm sorry.
I'm sorry. It is 97. The front page reflects that with the case number 3156 does reflect 97 correctly. It appears that on the Exhibit L1 reflects 98 incorrectly. It should actually be 155.97 there. And then the following L2, L3, L4, L5, L6, L7 do reflect 97 west correctly there.
Okay, so if that's the case, then a revised exhibit L1,
Yeah, and we'll have to revise Exhibit G1 as well.
probably, yeah.
Yeah, I apologize for the errors, but we'll get it resolved before next Thursday.
You can proceed your next
Okay,
witness is still on the road.
David, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay, can you go to G1? Can you tell us what that is?
Yeah, G1 is a structure map showing our requested spacing units with 50-foot contours of the upper Bakken displayed in 50-foot intervals in subsea TBD values. The type log for the area is indicated by a red star, but this is in 98 West.
Okay, so the map is wrong.
Yes.
Okay, let's go on to Exhibit G2.
G2 is a type log for the area, displays the log unit from 50 foot above the box pool to the down through the Three Forks Formation, and we expect uniform thickness, density, and porosity in the area.
And G3.
And G3 is a general locator map showing our current spacing unit, and the requested ones highlighted in yellow. And Middle Bakken wells are outlined in green, and the Three Forks wells are outlined in pink, and the type log is indicated by a red star.
No further questions.
Any questions from the staff?
So just to be clear for the record, G1 and G3 definitely need to be revised, showing the right spacing unit.
What my plan was to submit revised exhibits, and after those are submitted, if the commission staff deems it's necessary to file another application, we can do that. I'll first have to check with my client to see if that's going to cause any problem with respect to its drilling plans, so that we're not waiting, for an order. But I'll do that and seek your advice on what we should do.
Okay, that should work. And I would just note if, for whatever reason, if revising G1 and G3 would change your type log choice, revise that accordingly as well.
And that's why I suggest the fact that we may have to hear more of it. So.
What's the timing on drilling of this? Or the anticipated spud date?
Our anticipated spud date is Q4 of 2025.
Okay. I'm looking ahead, but it appears like the engineering documents are labeled correctly. I believe.
That's a good thing.
Thanks. Okay.
Ms. Armistead,
Yes,
do you solemnly swear or affirm under the penalties of perjury the testimony you're about to give in this matter will be true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
yes, I do.
Berkeley, would you state your full name for the record?
Berkeley Armistead,
And Berkeley, by whom are you employed?
Continental Resources,
In what capacity?
as a resource development engineer.
And in that capacity, have you testified before the commission previously?
Yes, I have.
Had your qualifications accepted as that of an expert?
Yes.
Or for the further testimony of this witness, that of an expert?
Motion granted.
Berkeley, let's turn to Exhibit E1. Can you tell us what E1 is?
Yes, E1 is a proposed 19-20 acre spacing unit, directional well plot. Existing laterals are shown as solid lines. Middle Bakken laterals are shown in solid green lines, and Three Forks laterals are shown as solid pink lines. Proposed wells are shown as dashed green lines on the schematic.
E2?
E2 is a directional well plot of a proposed 38-40 acre spacing unit. Existing laterals are shown as solid lines. Existing Middle Bakken laterals are shown as solid green lines. Existing Three Forks laterals are shown as solid pink lines. And then we have a proposed 3 mile lateral that is shown in between the sections in the middle there. It is a dashed green line, which is located on the section line. It appears to be solid, but it is in fact a dashed green line that indicates a proposed wellbore.
And Exhibit E3?
Exhibit E3 is a typical wellbore schematic of a 60,000 foot Middle Bakken lateral with surface casing set approximately 2,300 feet, and then 7-inch intermediate casing set approximately 10,000 feet with an estimated measured depth of 25,000 feet, which gives us an approximate lateral of 15,000 feet. The lateral will be cemented and then completed with approximately 50 plug-and-perf stages paired with hydraulic fracturing.
And E4.
E4 is our reserve basis for a 15,000-foot well in this area with an initial rate of 1,200 barrels of oil per day, final rate of 1 barrel of oil per day with a 65% decline, 0.8 B factor, a 6,500 SCF per barrel EUR GOR, a 529 MBO oil EUR, and then around 1,099 MBOE EUR. Below that is a gross economic of a well with a canned 100% working interest, 80% NRI, price deck of $60 oil, $3 gas, with gross drilling costs about $10.3 million, $92.50 a month operating costs, which would yield an NPV of approximately $3.4 million, and a rate of return of 35% and an undiscounted payout of 2.6 years. And then below that are reservoir parameters as previously described by our geologist.
And Exhibit GM1, is that a gas capture affidavit that the commission typically requires in these sorts of matters?
Yes.
Offer the further test, excuse me, no further questions, offer the exhibits.
Exhibits are admitted. Any questions from the staff?
Berkeley, looking at your E1, could you elaborate a little bit on why Continental's considering a 1920 with these 3 Middle Bakken wells on it when it looks like Section 16 is essentially fully developed?
Yes, sir. Section 16 is currently developed with several existing wellbores. We do believe, due to the vintage of these wellbores and our drilling and completions practices at the time, that we did not adequately drain the resource in Section 16 with those existing wells. And we believe that extending the laterals of our new wells in Section 16 will allow us to effectively produce those reserves that are still in Section 16, and the recoveries of the sections to the south of 4 and 9 indicate that we have resource that we would like to go after with extending laterals into Section 16.
Did you do like an economic analysis and project EORs for those wells down in 16?
So we operate the wells down in 16. They are of a style and vintage that we wouldn't do today. The economics for the 3 mile wells are the economics in the exhibit.
Right, but what I'm asking though is did you evaluate how much oil's already coming off of that 1280 of 16 and whatever south of it, and project the ultimate recovery off that?
Yes, of course. And the recoveries are lower than what we would expect to see from a fully developed unit developed with modern simulations that we might do today. So this is essentially another form of redevelopment similar to what some operators are doing in terms of refracs or infill drilling.
Okay. Well, I think with what I'm looking at, I think we're going to need some of that information provided to the case file to support this position. I mean, it looks like a relatively full developed spacing unit. It looks like you could be reducing what that 1280 would receive. So we're impacting the correlative rights on 21 when we approve this, or if this were to be approved. So I think I'm going to ask that you file an exhibit supporting that economic position, the drainage on that 1280 being less than what was anticipated, and how this won't, I guess, harm the remaining portion of that 1280.
Yes, we could provide a supplement with that information.
Okay, I guess looking back at E1, a couple specific questions. The westernmost well, if located where depicted on this, would effectively exactly overlap, or close to overlap the two middle Bakken legs in that southwest or west half of 16. And then their easternmost well is a similar issue, call it the west half of the east half of 16. Do you actually plan on drilling them effectively in the same, the corridor? I mean, what kind of distance do you have between those lateral legs at their toes?
The distance between the existing laterals and the new laterals will be on the order of magnitude of a couple of 100 feet, so they will be located relatively close.
And if you were to stimulate those wells, any plans to adjust your stimulation practice down there with respect to those existing laterals?
We do have plans to adjust our simulation. We will be doing simulations that will target near wellbore areas a little bit better. So we do plan on completing the laterals that extend into Section 16 a little bit different than the lateral that's in Section 4 and Section 9.
Are you able to elaborate on what you plan to do differently there?
I can. We do plan on not going as large on our simulations, just given the fact that there is less resource available in Section 16, just because of the existing wellbores. We do think that there is a majority of resource existing in Section 16 that is still there, but we will not be putting as large of a simulation on the lateral in Section 16.
Do you know what your plans are for, I guess, frac protecting the existing wellbores in 16?
Yes, we will be doing hard sets on most of the laterals in Section 16 in order to protect them from the stem.
With that close proximity, are you anticipating needing to do big cleanouts on those existing wells as well?
Yes, the plan is to do cleanouts on the laterals, Section 16. Based on their vintage, we do believe that we have probably existing plugs in the laterals of Section 16 that we will go and drill out when we complete these new laterals as well.
How were those completed? Were they sliding sleeve?
I believe that they were, I can't answer that specifically. I do know that they were of an older vintage, probably a quarter of the amount of sand and fluid that we might pump today. I do not remember or recall if they were sliding sleeve or if they were kind of in the earlier of our plug and perf operations or not.
Okay. Maybe just ask that you add a little bit of detail on that completion style in the requested economics exhibit.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
Berkeley, what is the anticipated spud date if the commission approved the spacing unit?
If the commission approves the spacing unit, our spud date is projected to be in Q4 2025, hopefully as early as October.
If the commission did not approve the space unit, would the intent for Continental be to develop the Section 4 and 9 further as a 1280?
Yes, the intent would be to develop 4 and 9 as a 1280 if the spacing unit is not approved.
So essentially, additionally, 3 more wells within that as depicted, but just in the 1280.
That is correct.
All right, thank you.
Okay, the record will remain open in
Hold
this
on.
case. I'm sorry.
Do you have a planned surface location for these wells yet?
We do. There will be a surface location to the north of Section 4.
Where at approximately, what section would that put that in? Section 33 of 15697? Does that sound right?
That does sound right. I am not entirely sure if it will be, where in that section it will be, but it will be either in Section 33 or it will be actually in Section 4, but it will be to the northern part of the spacing unit.
And do you plan to batch drill all of these wells from that single pad?
That is correct.
Thank you.
Okay, we'll leave the record open in this case until April 3rd. And that concludes our hearing for case number 31586. Case number 31587, application of Continental Resources, Inc. for an order amending the field rules for the Sanish Bakken Pool and/or Four Bears Bakken Pool, McKenzie, and Montreal counties, North Dakota, so as to create and establish two overlapping 2560-acre spacing units comprised of 1, the east half of Section 34, all of Section 35, the west half of Section 36, Township 153 North, Range 93 West, and all of Sections 4 and 5, Township 152 North, Range 93 West, and 2, Sections 4, 5, 8, and 9, Township 152 North, Range 93 West, authorizing the drilling of a horizontal well on or near the section line between the existing spacing units of each proposed overlapping 2560-acre spacing unit, and such further relief as appropriate. All interested parties, please come forward.
Lawrence Bender, P.O. Box 1855, Bismarck, appearing in this matter, case 31587, on behalf of Continental Resources, Inc.
Mr. Botchlet,
Yes.
do you solemnly swear or affirm under the penalties of perjury the testimony you're about to give in this matter will be true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
Yes, I do.
TJ, state your full name for the record, please.
TJ Botchlet,
And TJ, by whom are you employed?
Continental Resources,
In what capacity?
as a land supervisor for the Williston.
And in that capacity, have you testified before the commission previously?
Yes, I have.
Had your qualifications accepted as that of an expert?
Yes.
Offer the further testimony of this witness that of an expert.
Motion granted.
TJ, before we turn specifically to the exhibits, I was advised this morning that we start with Exhibit L2 rather than Exhibit L1. Do exhibits L2 through L9 cover everything, or are we missing a page?
Oops. No, I think we've got everything.
Okay. I think what we'll do then, Mr. Examiners, we'll have the cover page marked as Exhibit L1. That way we'll have an exhibit throughout here. So, TJ, I'll have you turn to the cover page that we're going to have marked as Exhibit L1. Can you just tell me what that is?
Yes. This is a general locator map identifying the field.
No, stop,
Okay.
TJ. L1, which is the
Okay.
cover page. I'll just rephrase it. Is L1
Okay.
cover page for this packet of exhibits?
Yes.
Okay, now let's go to L2. And what I'd like you to do with L2 is identify L2 and then briefly discuss what's contained upon it.
Okay. L2 is a land plat of 153 North, Township 153 North, Range 93 West, the east half of Section 34. This is showing a working interest summary identifying Continental Resources owning 79% of the east half of Section 34.
Okay, and then let's go to L3.
L3 is a land plat
showing all of Section 35 of Township 153 North, Range 93 West, with a working interest summary showing Continental owning 34%.
Okay, and L4?
L4 is a land plat of the west half of Section 36 of Township 153 North, Range 93 West, showing that Whiting owns 84% working interest in this section.
L5?
L5 is a land plat of Section 4 and 5 of 152 North, Range 93 West, showing a working interest summary of Continental owning 62.5%.
And L6?
L6 is a land plat showing a proposed 2560 with Continental owning a 49.64% working interest.
And L7?
L7 is a land plat of all of Section 8 of 152 North, Range 93 West, showing Whiting owning 77.8% working interest.
And L8?
L8 is a land plat of all of Section 9 of 152 North, Range 93 West, showing the working interest owners there, and Whiting owning 44%, being the majority owner there.
And L9?
L9 is showing the land plat for all of Sections 4, 5, 8, and 9 of 152 North, Range 93 West, showing Continental owning a 32.8% working interest.
Okay, and in those situations where Continental owns less than a majority interest, will Continental have discussions with other working interest owners in those spacing units to determine who should be the operator?
Yes, we've already had those discussions with Cord and or Whiting, and we've discussed how this should be developed.
No further questions of this witness.
Any questions from the staff?
TJ, looking at the proposed 2560 of 4, 5, 8, and 9, I'm actually going to ask you to jump one exhibit to G1 for a locator map style exhibit. I know it hasn't been admitted yet, but it looks like 3, 4, 9, and 10 immediately to the east, or including 4 and 9, but immediately to the east of this proposed 2560 has already been included in a 2560 for what looks like a laydown 2560 on the section lines between 4 and 9 and 3 and 10. If we were to approve this spacing unit, what would be the plans for the section line well between 3 and 10?
So what we discussed there was that that's where Ford is going to drill on the other. We want to get rid of that spacing unit, and Cord was going to drill their section line coming from the east, going back the other way.
So they would lay down something between 2, 11, 3, and 10?
Yes.
Do you have any idea when they might be bringing that application before us?
No, I don't know what their timing is on that section line well.
Do you have anything from Cord indicating that's their intent that you could submit, supporting this position and the establishing this 2560 over the already existing one?
I mean, I've got some emails. We met with them last Thursday and went over this plan in person, and I can follow up with them to get something in writing from them.
I think if you could submit something, I think it would help in finalizing the decision here.
Okay.
And then up in the northern spacing unit, you're kind of crossing a correction section there, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Do you know what the offset correction is between the northern sections and the southern sections in there?
Like how many feet or so?
Yep.
I don't have that. I don't have that exactly. But we can just go ahead and address it now. We're asking for this 2560 right now. What our ultimate plan is to extend that lateral going west, that additional half mile right there to catch all of 36 and the east half of section 6.
But that's not what your application is for, so you'd be coming back to amend
No,
that?
we will be putting that on for the May docket. But we need this spacing so that we can get, because we're going to spud these wells in August, so we're going to need this spacing application expedited so that we can get, or at least the one in May expedited so that we can get our permit to drill this well. So what we've got on the docket today is for this 2560. And we're going to move forward with this plan. And then in May, you'll see another application for extending this to the west for that extra half mile there that'd be 3840.
So you'd pick up the west half of 34?
That is correct, yeah. In the east half of 6.
Okay.
Yeah, we just missed the timing on this one. We've been working with Cord on it, on how it should be developed, and when they came into town, we were able to discuss it, and they agreed with our plan, and so that's what we're going to do. We just missed the application to get it submitted for this month, the timing.
But that'll be on next month's docket?
Yep, sure will.
Okay. I guess regardless, I think I'm still gonna need that number on the offset between what that offset in those sections are, if you can provide that.
Okay.
Thank you.
You can proceed, Lord.
David, let's go to the next exhibit in the packet, which I believe is the structure map. Can you identify that and briefly discuss what's contained upon it?
Yes, Exhibit G1 is a structure map showing our requested spacing unit. 50-foot contours of the upper Bakken surface are displayed in subsea TBD values. The type log for the area is indicated by a red star.
Okay, and G2?
G2 is a type log for the area. It displays the log unit from 50 feet above the Bakken pool through the Bakken and Three Forks Formation. And we expect, based on this log, uniform thickness, density, and porosity in the area.
And G3?
G3 is a general locator map showing our current spacing unit and our requested spacing unit. And it has the existing wellbores highlighted with Middle Bakken in green and Three Forks in pink, and the type log for the area located in red.
No further questions?
Any questions from staff?
Do you know where the surface location is going to be for this well?
Yes, I believe it's right there to the north of the river.
Okay.
It's going to be on our existing limousine pad.
Okay, cool. Thank you.
Mr. Blake,
Yes, sir.
do you solemnly swear or affirm under the penalties of perjury the testimony you're about to give in this matter will be true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
Yes.
Mike, state your full name.
Michael Blake,
And Michael, by whom are you employed?
Continental Resources,
In what capacity?
Resource Development Engineer for Williston Basin.
And in that capacity, have you testified before the commission previously?
Yes, I have.
Had your qualifications accepted as that of an expert?
Yes.
For the further testimony of this witness, that of an expert.
Motion granted.
Michael, let's go to the next exhibit in the packet, E1. You want to tell us what E1 is?
Yes, you can see here the proposed directional well plot of the 2560 in the township range and sections previously discussed. You can see the well, the infill well that we are asking or proposing is a middle Bakken well, pretty much center of the page there, that dashed green line in the 250-foot corridor section. You can see existing producing wells to the north and the south and the solid lines. Middle Bakken, the green, Three Forks 1, the pink, and then Three Forks 2 in blue. Also, as was just previously discussed and TJ was mentioning, asking for, will be the follow-up to this will be an extension, a half-a-mile extension of this lateral going to the east. So we'll get that amended in the future hearing.
Okay, E2.
E2, this is the other infill well as part of this development. You can see that's a dashed green line going through the middle there as well in that 250-foot corridor. Also, another infill well situation there. We've got producing well to the north and to the south, but this is a really solid part of the basin. We think there's a lot of resource to be had here putting these infill wells in, and that should cover this spot.
And then E3.
Yes, E3, just typical middle Bakken well, single wellbore construction schematic here, just showing typical casing set depths, casing sizes, with a 2-mile estimated lateral depth of 21,000 feet measured depth there, give or take. From a stage standpoint, plus or minus 45 plug-and-perf stages with a cemented lateral.
And E4.
Yep, economics here for these, specific to these infill wells, showing an initial rate of about 840 barrels of oil per day with a final of 5 barrels of oil per day. Decline rate, 74% with an exponent of a factor of 0.82. I do have the GOR should be, with the units provided, should be 4,400 standard cubic feet barrel. I had 4.4, so sorry about that. But that's the update there. The EUR, 440 MBO, MCF, 1920, and then from a MBO standpoint, 760. Gross economics run at 60 and 3 for oil and gas price. We have a drill cost of about $8 million, $10,000 a month for operating LOE. At the working interest, the gross working interest and revenue interest, we're expecting a net present value of $3.6 million, 45% rate of return in about a 2.5-year payout. And then you have the reservoir parameters there that David went over.
Okay, and is Exhibit GM1 a gas capture affidavit that the commission typically requires in these sorts of matters?
Yes.
And in your opinion, will the requested relief prevent waste, protect relative rights, and prevent the drilling of unnecessary wells?
Yes.
No further questions. Offer the exhibits.
Exhibits are admitted. Any questions from staff?
Mike, apologize if I missed it, but I think you indicated these would be drilled off existing pads. Is that correct?
It actually, the pad that you see there, the existing pad that you see there, just to the east of section 4 and 5, that's our existing limousine pad. It is just just a little bit east of that, behind it, pretty much. And so these 2 wells will be drilled from that one pad.
Okay, so not on that existing pad, but to a pad just to the east of it?
Correct.
Okay. Can you elaborate a little bit on the urgency for getting these the spacing unit approved and getting that permit approved? I mean, are you drilling additional wells off of that other pad?
No, it's just the. What was that?
No, go ahead. I interrupted you.
I was just going to say it's just these two wells, but the urgency is due to the fact that, I mean, we're getting them hurt now, where the fact that we have been working with Cord on doing that half-a-mile extension now is going to require to come back in to kind of amend that, and it's the fact that we're not going to be able to bring that until May is putting us in a squeeze because we have these spudding in August.
Is there a reason that rig has to be on that location in August?
I mean, you know, it's something that we're looking at. There's been our drilling activity and the amount of like movement, and like we try to be as flexible as possible, but with everything going on, I'll be honest, our drill schedule is pretty tight and is not as flexible as, you know, as we'd like, just due to a variety of different constraints here and there. And so it's pretty tight, to be honest.
I mean, the commission obviously usually works to make sure you have permits that you can move to when you've got a constraint along those lines. But what we're looking at here is issuing this order for this spacing unit, issuing a permit for a well on that spacing unit, and then 1 month later issuing yet another revision to that spacing unit and a revision to that permit. It seems like a lot of extra work for a 1 month delay. And I get it if you've got a tough situation with a rig that has nowhere else to go, but I'd be hard pressed to believe you don't have another pad that you could move that to, already approved something in the area.
Well, let me interject.
Right.
Do you think it's feasible that if we get this on the May docket, then just hold off on this one, not issue an order? And then after that May hearings, if everything goes the way we hope it will go, that we could have an order in early June or late June, and then we wouldn't need two orders. We'd only need one.
I'm not going to speak for Mark or Ashley. I think it's possible that an order could get written in a short time frame, but I'm not going to put that on their plate definitively.
So therein lies the problem. If we get one order right away, then we could start the drilling operation, and then after we get the second order, we could continue with that drilling operation. That was the mindset, but if we can get the order in a timely manner, there's really no reason to write the first order.
I mean, I think it's going to be one of those positions where one order in everything is much easier than two, as well as the permit mods and
Yeah.
everything that takes to review those.
I agree, but we're sort of reacting to it taking a long time for orders to be issued. So we're attempting to do something so that we're not in a situation that
And-
you've
and-
sort of described.
Adding a docket, adding another order to that mix doesn't help that.
That and yeah, I mean that's really correct.
So I don't, obviously I'm not going to make that decision here.
No, and I understand, and respectfully, I'm not trying to argue with you. I'm just trying to explain why we're doing what we're doing. Perhaps it would have been better just to delay this, but as I indicated, there was some concern that if we get this one, if we wait that long, we may not get it in a timely manner, so.
I have a feeling Mark will be in contact regarding the need for this one, and the urgency and whether or not it makes sense to delay for the subsequent hearing.
Yeah,
So,
that's fine, I appreciate that.
okay. I don't think I had any other questions. Thanks.
I'm glad.
Okay, so we'll keep the record open in this case till April 3rd.
Yes.
And that concludes our hearing for case number 31587. Case number 31353, application of Continental Resources, Inc. for an order for the Ranch Creek, Bach and Pool, McKenzie County, North Dakota to create and establish an overlapping 1920 acre spacing unit comprised of sections 17, 20, and 29, Township 146 North, Range 98 West, authorizing the drilling of a total not to exceed 4 horizontal wells on said proposed overlapping 1920 acre spacing unit, and such further releases as appropriate. This case has been continued to our April hearings. That concludes our hearing for case number 31353. Case number 31238, application of Phoenix Operating LLC for an order amending the applicable orders for the Ranch Creek, Charlie Bob Bach and Pool to establish a 2560 acre spacing unit described as sections 29 and 32, Township 146 North, Range 98 West, and sections 5 and 8, Township 145 North, Range 98 West, McKenzie County, North Dakota, and to authorize 4 horizontal wells to be drilled on such unit and granting such other relief as may be appropriate. This case has been continued to our April hearings. That concludes our hearings for case number 31238. This time we'll take a 10-minute break. Okay, we are back on the record. We'll begin with case number 31588. Application of Devon Energy Williston LLC for an order amending the field rules for the Squires Bach and Pool, Williams County, North Dakota, to create and establish two overlapping 1920 acre spacing units comprised of sections 1, 2, and 3, and sections 10, 11, and 12, Township 155 North, Range 103 West, authorizing the drilling of a total not to exceed 4 wells on each proposed overlapping 1920 acre spacing unit and such other relief. All interested parties, please come forward.
Thank you, Mr. Examiner. Lawrence Bender, P.O. Box 1855, Bismarck, North Dakota, appearing in case 31588 on behalf of Devon Energy Williston, LLC.
Mr. Toma,
Yes.
do you solemnly swear or affirm under the penalties of perjury the testimony you're about to give in this matter will be true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
I do.
Bush, state your full name for the record.
Bush Toma,
And Bush, by whom are you employed?
Devon Energy Williston, LLC.
In what capacity?
I'm a senior landman.
And in that capacity, have you testified before the commission previously?
I have.
Had your qualifications accepted as that of an expert?
Yes.
Offer the further testimony of this witness that of an expert.
Motion granted.
Bush, let's turn to the packet of exhibits for case 31588. Let's go to Exhibit L1. Identify Exhibit L1 and briefly discuss what's contained upon the exhibit.
L1 is the regional locator map of the proposed 1920 acre spacing unit, sections 123, 155, 103, and 10, 11, 12, 155, 103. You can see they're located in the Squire field.
Okay, L2.
L2 is the existing 1,280 acre spacing unit. Those are sections 1 and 12, 2 and 11, and 3 and 10, and those are all on 155, 103. You can see Devon's working interest in sections 3 and 10 carried 1280 is 93%, and the 1280 consisting of 2 and 11. Devon has a 94% working interest, and the 1280 consisting of 1 and 12. Devon has 100% working interest.
Okay, L3.
All three of the proposed spacing units. You can see one is sections 1, 2, and 3, 5, 1, and 3, and then the DSU to the south, 10, 11, and 12, 155, 1, and 3. And Devon would have 95% in each of those 1920s.
No further questions.
Any questions from the staff? Ms. Henry?
Yes.
I solemnly swear or affirm under the penalties of perjury the testimony you're about to give in this matter will be true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief.
Yes, I do.
Catherine, state your full name for the record.
Catherine Henry,
And Catherine, by whom are you employed?
Devon Energy Williston, LLC,
What capacity?
senior geologist.
And in that capacity, have you testified before the commission previously and had your qualifications accepted as that of an expert?
Yes.
Offer the further testimony of this witness that of an expert.
Motion granted.
Catherine, let's go to G1. Tell us what G1 is.
Yes, G1 is a map of the Upper Bakken Shale with 25-foot contours. I've also highlighted the proposed spacing units in red, and I've highlighted the type log in yellow, and the type log is the Lee 1-14.
Okay, and G2.
G2 is the type log I mentioned, the Lee 1-14. The Middle Bakken is 32 feet thick in this area, and the wells in question are targeting the Middle Bakken.
No further questions.
Any questions from the staff?
Catherine, on your G1, the green wells versus the red wells,
Yes, sir.
can you give me I'm assuming that's indicating target, correct?
Yes, the green is Middle Bakken, and the red are Freeport First Bench.
Okay, thank you.
Ms. Dixon,
Yes,
do you solemnly swear or affirm under the penalties of perjury testimony you're about to give in this matter will be true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
I do.
Nikki, state your full name for the record, please.
Nikki Dixon,
And Nikki, by whom are you employed?
employed by Devon Energy,
In what capacity?
I'm senior reservoir engineer.
And in that capacity, have you testified before the commission previously?
Yes, I have.
Had your qualifications accepted as that of an expert?
Yes.
Offer the further testimony of this witness that of an expert.
Motion granted.
Nikki, let's go to E1. Tell us what that is.
E1 is a proposed directional well plot. You can see in the solid black line existing Middle Bakken wells that carry 1H is a correct 1H and Donald 1H. And then the red lines are our proposed Middle Bakken well bores that we are proposing to drill in the new 1920s.
Okay, and E2?
E2 is a wellbore schematic. It's showing a typical 15,000-foot lateral Middle Bakken well with a three-string casing design. We're estimating about 50 plug and perf stages for the completion on this well.
E3?
E3 is a table of reservoir and fluid parameters. Again, we'll be targeting the Middle Bakken with this development. We have 32 feet of net pay, 6.6% porosity, and 32% water saturation.
E4?
E4, these are some well economics. The top table is showing some type curve parameters for a Middle Bakken type well. We're projecting an initial rate of 1,270 barrels of oil per day. Oil EUR is 564,000 barrels of oil with a combined total EUR of 967 MBOE. The bottom table is showing economics run at $70 oil and $3 gas. We have just under $9.8 million of capital associated with these economics. They're shown at 100% working interest and 79% revenue interest. That yields a PV10 of $5.6 million and a rate of return of 52%.
And GM1, is that a gas capture affidavit that the commission typically requires in these sorts of matters?
Yes.
In your opinion, will the requested relief prevent waste, protect relative rights, and prevent the drilling of unnecessary wells?
Yes.
No further questions, offer the exhibits.
Exhibits are admitted. Any questions from the staff?
Nikki, with the proposal, you're gonna be drilling the 4 wells on each of the 1920s from common pads,
Yes, that's correct.
and you're gonna be batch drilling those, I'm assuming?
Yes.
Okay. This might be a question for Bush, but looking at the map, looks like there's 2 existing approved 2560 acre spacing units for what would appear to be north-south lease line wells between 1, 2, 11, and 12, and then 2, 3, 10, and 11. I'm assuming with this new development pattern, you would no longer need those 2 existing 2560s?
That's correct.
And I guess, Nikki, do you have any plans so the existing wells are Middle Bakken, you're drilling Middle Bakken wells, same targets or same zone. What are your plans when you drill across those laterals, drilling and completion strategies? Are you doing anything special?
No, there's nothing particularly special. We've done this many times now, and we don't change our completion design to skip stages or anything like that. Drilling obviously we'll be using directional drilling tools and making sure that we're avoiding the existing wellbores down hole. But beyond that, we don't have any specific plans to skip stages or anything like that.
Okay, and then your plans for the existing laterals, do you intend to continue producing them, or are you considering anything different?
Yes, they will. The plan is eventually to turn them back online after these wells the new wells have come online, we would then you'd probably clean these existing wells out and bring them back online.
And if you didn't say, what's your anticipated spud date?
It is January 2026.
Okay, thank you.
That concludes our hearing for case number 31588. Case number 31589. Application of Coda Resources Operating LLC for an order authorizing the flaring of gas from certain current and future wells completed in the Daneville Bakken Pool, Divide County, North Dakota, for a temporary period of time, and to allow the volumes of flared gas to be excluded from the calculations of statewide and countywide flare volumes as an exception to the provisions of Commission Order Number 24665 and such further and additional relief. This case has been dismissed. That concludes our hearing for case number 31589. Case number 31590. Application of Savannah LLC for an order amending the field rules for the Glass Bluff, Bakken Pool, McKenzie County, North Dakota as follows. 1. Create and establish an overlapping 1920-acre spacing unit comprised of sections 7, 8, and 9, Township 151 North, Range 103 West, authorizing the drilling of a total not to exceed 4 horizontal wells on said proposed overlapping 1920-acre spacing unit. And 2. Create and establish an overlapping 38, 40-acre spacing unit comprised of sections 7, 8, 9, 16, 17, and 18, Township 151 North, Range 103 West, authorizing the drilling of a horizontal well on or near the section line between existing spacing units on said proposed overlapping 38, 40-acre spacing unit and or such further relief. All interested parties, please come forward.
Mr. Examiner, I'll make my appearance in just a moment here. Lawrence Bender. Hello? Okay, give me a moment. I'll put you on the speaker. Mr. Examiner, Lawrence Bender, P.O. Box 1855, Bismarck, North Dakota, appearing case number 31590 on behalf of Savannah LLC.
Mr. Coleman,
Yes, sir.
do you solemnly swear or affirm under the penalties of perjury the testimony you're about to give in this matter will be true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
Yes, sir, I do.
Ogden, would you state your full name for the record?
Yep, my name is John Ogden Pullman.
And Ogden, by whom are you employed?
Savannah Energy Operating LLC and Savannah LLC,
In what capacity?
senior landman.
And in that capacity, have you testified before the commission previously?
Yes, sir, I have.
And have you had your qualifications accepted as that of an expert?
Yes, sir, I have.
Offer the further testimony of this witness that of an expert.
Motion granted.
Ogden, let's turn to the packet of exhibits for 31590. Let's turn to Exhibit L1. Identify Exhibit L1 and then briefly discuss what's contained upon it.
Yes, L1 is a regional map showing the area of interest for this case in McKenzie County, Township 151 North, Range 103 West.
Exhibit L2.
Exhibit L2 is a land plat showing our existing 1280 spacing units in 151-103. Those spacing units are sections 4 and 9, with Savannah et al. Having a 70.79% working interest. Sections 5 and 8, with Savannah et al. Having an 87.5% working interest. Sections 6 and 7, with Savannah et al. Having a 71.4% working interest. And then the DSUs down below, 16 and 21, with Savannah et al. Having zero interest in that one. 17 and 20, with Savannah et al. Having an 82.83% working interest. And then 18 and 19, with Savannah et al. Having 0% working interest.
L3.
L3 is a land plat showing the requested 1920, or in this case, the 1903.04 spacing unit. So you can see up in 4, 5, and 6 that in case 31350, we spaced that. That's a previous case, so you guys are aware. And then in this case, our working interest in section 7, 8, and 9 is 85.73 for Savannah et al.
L4.
L4 shows the interest Savannah would have in the lease line well, which would be made up of sections 7, 8, 9, 16, 17, and 18. Savannah et al. Working interest would be 59.61%.
No further questions of the land witness.
From the staff. Ms. Nickens,
Yes, sir.
do you solemnly swear or affirm under the penalties of perjury the testimony you're about to give in this matter will be true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
Yes, I do.
Lisa, would you state your full name for the record, please?
Lisa Nickens,
And Lisa, by whom are you employed?
Savannah LLC,
In what capacity?
geologist.
And in that capacity, have you testified before the commission previously?
Yes, sir, I have.
Had your qualifications accepted as that of an expert?
Yes, I did.
Offer the further testimony of this witness that of an expert.
Motion granted.
Lisa, let's turn to the next exhibit in the packet. It's marked G1. Can you tell us what that is?
G1 is a structure map on the top of the Middle Bakken over our area of interest in the Black Bakken Pool. A contour interval is 20 feet, and I have the subsea values posted on there. The structure map shows the central dip of the Middle Bakken to the east. The yellow is the acreage that indicates Savannah's current operating position. And the well circled with black, section 18 of 151-103 is the nearest vertical well with available logs for the area of interest. And it's the location of the type log that's shown in G2.
Okay, let's go to G2.
Okay, G2 is the type log previously mentioned, the nearest vertical well that penetrates down to the Red River. It is the Olson number 1. It shows the gamma ray on the left side, a lateral log on the right side. On the right side of the type log, you'll see the formation described, starting with the upper Bakken through the top of the NICU. And then the target interval is shown by the rectangular label on the left side of the type log. That's the Middle Bakken target. It's 23 feet thick in this area, and we're expecting uniform thickness and porosity.
No further questions.
Any questions from the staff? Ms. Wallace,
Yes, sir.
do you solemnly swear or affirm under the penalties of perjury the testimony you're about to give in this matter will be true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
Yes, I do.
Kelsey, could you state your full name for the record, please?
Kelsey Wallace,
And Kelsey, by whom are you employed?
Savannah LLC, and Savannah Energy LLC,
In what capacity?
VP of Operations.
And you're an engineer, is that correct?
Correct.
And in that capacity, have you testified before the commission and had your qualifications accepted as that of an expert?
Yes, I have.
Offer the further testimony of this witness that of an expert.
Motion granted.
Kelsey, let's go to the next exhibit in the packet. It's been previously marked E1. Can you tell me what E1 is?
E1 shows a map of our development plan for the area of interest. As Ogden previously mentioned, case 31350 covered the northern portion of this development plan. We included those 6 on this map to show a cohesive development plan. And we're showing case 31590 is for the 4 wells within section 7, 8, and 9, and a lease line well along the bottom of those sections.
Okay, let's go to the next exhibit, E2.
Exhibit E2 shows a type well core diagram with a 7-inch by 4.5-inch configuration, about 200 feet per stage, plug and perf, cemented lateral completion with a wet chute.
Okay, and how many frac stages are you anticipating in these wells?
That would be about 75 stages based on final footage.
All right, and then let's go to E3. Can you tell us what E3 is?
E3 is economics for a 3-mile Middle Bakken well in the Yellowstone, or what we're calling the Yellowstone Prospect in McKenzie County, using an average thickness of 25 foot for the Bakken wells, GOR of about 950, and an ultimate recovery about 22%. Using the March 2025 strip, we're showing D&C cost just under $10 million, an ROI of 2.6x, and payout within 1.5 years.
And Exhibit E4, is that a gas capture affidavit that the commission typically requires in these sorts of matters?
Correct.
In your opinion, will the requested relief prevent waste, protect relative rights, and prevent the drilling of unnecessary wells?
I do.
Mr. Examiner, offer the exhibits. We don't have any other questions.
Exhibits are admitted. Any questions from the staff?
Kelsey, I'm sure it was asked in that previous case, but for the matter in this case, do you plan to do anything special when you drill across those existing well bores?
No, we obviously want to echo there. We want to make sure that we are avoiding any collision risk, and we will pull production assemblies ahead of time to protect those from the offset frac. But we do plan to return those to production after the infill wells are completed.
Okay, and just confirming in that previous case as well, it was for the 1920 on the north and the section line well on a 3840 between, right down the middle of these two 1920s, correct?
It was 6 wells in section 4, 5, 6, and then the lease line well between 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9.
Okay.
Then Whiting has plans to back drill on the north side of the spacing unit to help cover that lease line.
Okay, thank you.
All right, that concludes our hearing for case number 31590. Case number 31591, application of Neptune Operating LLC for an order amending the applicable orders for the Arnegard Bakken Pool to allow a well to be drilled and completed in such a manner so as to allow the horizontal wellbore to be located not less than 300 feet from the eastern boundary of the spacing unit comprised of sections 25 and 36, Township 150 North, Range 101 West, McKenzie County, North Dakota, as an exception to the applicable setback requirements and such further relief. All interested parties, please come forward.
To turn off the music, press 1.
I guess we'll have music until he joins. Can you mute it? No, that doesn't work. he gonna join? The reason we got music is your guy hasn't joined. Now we can take him away. Yes. Why don't you get to him? You did get one, right? I got one. Yeah, okay.
Brian Lucera.
Okay. I'm ready to make my appearance if. Good. Like, thank you, Mr. Examiner. Lawrence Bender, P.O. Box 1855, Bismarck, North Dakota, and I'm appearing in this case, case number 31591, on behalf of Neptune Operating LLC.
Mr. Chairman, Tom Throne, P.O. Box 6590 in Sheridan, Wyoming, appearing on behalf of Oasis Petroleum North America LLC in opposition to the application.
Okay, Mr. Bender, it's your case.
Okay, first witness we intend to call is Mr. Alan White.
Is he
And
present?
He's present with us in the hearing.
Mr. White, please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm under the penalties of perjury the testimony you're about to give in this matter will be true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
Yes, I do.
Mr. Examiner, we're going to do our level best to not repeat a lot of the things that were heard in a previous case. I think it was case number 31500. That was a case where my client, in this case, Kraken had made, or Neptune had made application for a permit to drill, and there was a request to revoke that permit. No decision has been made on that case, and we're going to request that matter, that the record from that case be incorporated into this case to save some time.
Okay. Present is granted.
I concur, I was going to ask the same thing.
Oh, okay.
Okay, with that in mind, Alan, would you state your full name for the record, please?
My name's Alan White.
And Alan, by whom are you employed?
I'm employed by Kraken Resources Group, Neptune operating as a wholly owned subsidiary of Kraken Resources Group.
Would you prefer that I refer to as a Kraken or Neptune, or
doesn't
either
matter.
one?
It
Okay,
doesn't matter.
great. Have you testified before the commission previously?
Yes, I have.
And have you had your qualifications accepted as that of an expert?
Yes, I have.
Now for the further testimony, this witness that of an expert.
Motion granted.
Alan, let's turn to the packet of exhibits that I've distributed to opposing counsel as well as the commission staff. And let's skip the cover page and go to what's been previously marked as Exhibit L1. Can you tell me what Exhibit L1 is?
Exhibit L1 is just a regional locator map depicting our 1280 spacing unit consisting of sections 25 and 36, as well as the adjoining cord operated laydown 1920s consisting of 30, 29, 28, and 31, 32, and 33.
Okay, and then let's go to Exhibit L2. Tell us what that is.
It's the same map, but you'll see at the bottom a working interest breakdown for our proposed exception location unit, consisting of sections 25 and 36, where Kraken owns 42.71% working interest in the unit.
Now, Alan, as I've indicated to the commission staff, we don't plan on delving into a lot of things that were covered in the previous hearing, but I think it is important to cover some of the procedural history behind this case. Can you help us with that? And what I'd like you to do is first tell us about the permitting activities in section 25, 36, 30, and 31.
Well, we currently operate several wells in 25 and 36. I think the sections 25, 36, 30, and 31 were spaced as an overlapping 2560 back in 2016, if I remember correctly. Kraken operates section 25 and 36, and Cord operates the sections comprised of 30 and 31.
Now, Cord acquired their interest in this area relatively recently. They didn't acquire it back in 2016, did they?
No.
Okay, so when Cord did acquire these properties, the 2560 acre spacing unit was in place, is that correct?
That's correct.
And that 2,560 acre spacing unit allowed for drilling a section line well, is that correct?
That's also correct.
Okay. Now, did Cord contact Neptune prior to drilling its laydown wells that we're going to be talking about a little bit later in, I guess, can you tell us the sections that are in?
Yep, they drilled a laydown 1920 and sections 28, 29, 30 of 150, 100, as well as 31, 32, and 33 of 59, 100. They did contact us. They sent us a back build notification as well as AFEs at different times.
Okay, when did Cord drill their 9 wells that run east-west?
I think they drilled them in the October timeframe of last year.
Okay, and did they complete those wells immediately?
No,
Okay, so they set for a while, is that correct?
that's correct.
And you heard me mention that there was a hearing in January where Cord attempted to revoke the permit on the 2560 that had been acquired by Neptune, is that correct?
That's correct.
And at that time, at the time of that hearing, had Neptune completed the 9 wells running east-west?
Had Cord completed no, they had not completed at the time of our hearing.
Okay. Do you know what the status of those wells are today?
I believe one set of those wells have been completed and the other set are currently being completed now.
And at that hearing in January, do you recall any questions that the commission staff may have asked about Kraken moving its well outside the corridor, moving it further to the west so it was further away from the Kraken property, from the Cord properties?
Yes, Commissioner Boer, I believe, mentioned the possibility of a compromise with an exception location for this particular well.
And after that issue came up at the hearing, did Kraken have any conversations with Cord about moving the well?
We did not have conversation with them directly after the hearing, but when we filed for the exception location, I did reach out to Cord to let them know that we were doing that.
And there was nothing that forced Neptune to bring the application that's present before us here today and moving the well further to the west, was there?
No.
Okay. That was just done as an attempt to accommodate Cord and so that both parties could move forward with their respective development in the area.
Correct. We thought it was a compromise, being that there were some concerns of anti-collision brought by Cord in their testimony for that lease line corridor. So moving the well over would potentially quell that concern, and we would still be able to develop the lease line corridor there.
So the application request is to allow Neptune to drill its well not less than 300 feet from the spacing unit boundary. Will the well actually be located further west than the 300 feet?
We have it planned for 350 feet.
And that way you have a buffer zone so that when you drill it north-south, you have less likelihood that you would cross the hard line.
That's correct.
Let's go on to the next exhibit then in the packet, now that you've finished discussing the procedural history. Exhibit L3, can you tell us what Exhibit L3 is?
Yeah, L3 is a very similar situation to what we have here, where you have perpendicular development You'll see the bold dotted line, I think it's in black, if I'm not mistaken, is a Kraken proposed 3-mile lease line corridor. And in the perforated green bold lines is a different operator that is drilling a laydown 1920. In this depiction, it's meant to show that we reached out to this operator. They worked with us in co-developing this lease line corridor. We're currently working with them on placement of the wells, which they agreed to move their first take points 250 feet off of that 150-foot hard line, or that setback, I should say, in an effort to allow us to co-develop this area with minimal interference. Like I said, these wells are planned for later this year, and we are working with this operator hand in hand to not be in front of you guys here today doing the same thing for this lease line corridor.
Okay. And you previously testified that at the January hearing, Chord had not completed its 9 east-west wells. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And so after that hearing, Chord certainly could have moved the take point to the east. Is that correct?
I would assume so.
And the engineering witness is going to give us some additional examples where east-west wells abut against north-south wells, and they're relatively close. Is that correct?
Yes.
That's all the questions I have.
Attorney Thorne?
Yes, a couple of questions. Mr. White, you mentioned that Chord had sent you some AFEs for the wells and their wells.
That's correct.
Is that correct? Does that mean that Neptune owned an interest in those wells
We
that
did.
were drilled? Does Neptune still own an interest in those well bores?
No, we sold them because we don't typically participate in other people's wells.
So if there's any damage to those wells because of your activity, Neptune won't be injured in those wells.
We don't have an interest in the wells.
When did Neptune acquire the interest in sections 25 and 36?
I want to say in 2022, we acquired them from Bowline. Yeah, 22. And they were Triangle, 9-Point, Bowline, so they had several different name changes. But
Right. Do you happen to know if Kraken assigned any recovery value on those lands when you acquired it?
I can't answer that, man.
You don't know?
I don't know.
Have no further questions?
Any questions from the staff?
Yeah, one question, Alan. On your exhibit, L2, Kraken with 42.71%, do you know what the next largest, or who the next largest owner is in that, or the remainder of those?
There's several owners in there. Chord does have an interest in the unit. I think maybe in the 20-ish% of the unit. I don't know exactly what it is, but I think it's in 20-ish%.
Do you know if that information was provided in the previous case?
I don't recall. I don't remember if it was, but I can go back and look at my notes.
Oasis provided that information.
Okay, so it is in the previous case? Okay, then we don't need it.
Okay.
It's already been incorporated, so, thank you.
Attorney Bender, I'll give you a chance to reply.
I don't have any questions. Or redirect, I should say.
Is Mr. Lucero here, or?
No, he's on the phone.
Mr. Lucero,
Yes, sir.
do you solemnly swear or affirm under the penalties of perjury the testimony you're about to give in this matter will be true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
Yes, sir, I do.
Brian, state your full name for the record.
Brian R. Becerra.
And Brian, by whom are you employed?
I'm employed by Kraken Operating,
In what capacity?
Geology Manager.
And you're a geologist, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And in that capacity, have you testified before the commission previously and had your qualifications accepted as that of an expert?
Yes, sir, I have.
Offer the further testimony of this witness that of an expert.
Motion granted.
Ryan, let's go to the next exhibit in the packet. It's been labeled G1. Can you tell me what G1 is?
Yes, sir. G1 is a structure map based on the top of the Middle Bakken Formation, 10-foot contour interval, demonstrating directly to the east. It also shows the location of our type log and the outline of the two sections in question.
Okay, and exhibit G2.
G2 is an isopac map of the Middle Bakken Formation, 1-foot contour interval. Again, also showing the location of our type log as well as the outline of the two sections in question.
And G3.
G3 is our type log for this unit, the Arnegard State Number 1, showing a representative log for the unit.
And is the target the Middle Bakken or is the target the Three Forks?
Middle Bakken.
No further questions of this witness.
Attorney Thron?
No questions.
Any questions from the staff?
Real quick, I don't recall from the previous case, are the wells, Mr. Throne, in the Middle Bakken, drilled in the Middle Bakken?
I
Or
believe they
Oasis,
are.
the 9 wells?
Are the
Are they
9
all-
wells?
are they
Yes, they're Middle Bakken.
All Middle Bakken?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Luna,
Yes.
please raise your hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm under the penalties of perjury the testimony you're about to give in this matter will be true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
I do.
Matt, state your full name for the record, please.
Matthew Luna,
And Matt, by whom are you employed?
Kraken Operating,
What capacity?
a Senior Vice President of Development.
And you're an engineer?
Yes, I am.
And you've testified before the commission previously?
I have.
Had your qualifications accepted as that of an expert?
I have.
Offer the further testimony of this witness that of an expert.
Motion granted.
Matt, let's turn to the next exhibit in the packet, which has been previously marked as Exhibit E1. Can you tell us what E1 is?
E1 shows the development that we're discussing today. The highlighted section shown in green is the 500-foot section lease line corridor. And the dashed line represents the exception location that we're discussing today. And the yellow triangles shown on the map represent, from our understanding, Chord's first take point or Chord's first planned take point, spaced 150 feet off the section line within the lease line corridor.
Okay, let's talk a little bit more about some of the things that are on here. What is the purple dashed line supposed to represent?
The purple dash line is supposed to represent the exception well location that we're discussing and proposing today at today's hearing.
And when you indicate on that purple line that it's 300 plus or minus, well, you say plus, feet from the east line, do you agree with the previous witness's testimony that the plan is to drill it at 350 feet off the east line?
That's correct. 350 feet off the line would allow us some buffer as we drill the well within the 300-foot setback.
Now, the map also shows a 1,280-acre spacing unit comprised of 25 and 36 as a stand-up 1280 with 5 wells. Is that correct?
There's 6 wells in there, 4 on the furthest west and 2 on the furthest east. But yes, there are 6 existing legacy wells in 2536.
And 30 and 31 are shown as also a stand-up with an overlapping 1920s. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And Oasis operates the north-south wells as well as the east-west wells in 30 and 31, is that correct?
That's correct.
Now, do you know, did Cord create the 1920s after the 2560 section line well had already been, well, let me rephrase that. Had Cord spaced the 1920s after the 2560 acre spacing was in place that allowed a section line well?
Yeah, from our understanding, the 2560 was formally approved by the commission in January 2016. And nearly 8 years later, Cord proposed the east-west 1920 development sections, which was approved in March of 2024.
And Cord, in its application to create the 1920s, didn't request that the 2560 be dissolved, did it?
That's correct.
Did Cord contact Neptune to inform Neptune that Cord intended to develop the area on a 1920 acre laydown spacing unit basis?
Yes, we did receive notification that Cord was planning to back build into sections 25 and 36. And as Alan mentioned, we did receive AFEs from Cord that their intention was to drill east-west. Based on that information, from our understanding, that did not dissolve the 2560. Instead, it allowed us, well, we viewed that as an opportunity to, hey, let's reach out to Cord and coordinate development timing so we can drill the exception location or lease line location from previous hearings, so we can develop that at the same time as they develop their east-west wells.
At any time during that discussion or previous discussions or later discussions, did Oasis or Cord ever suggest or recommend to Neptune that the lease line spacing should be done away with?
I think their opinion per our development and per our request to coordinate on operations was that their view was that the lease line well that we were proposing was unnecessary.
Let's go to the next exhibit, Matt, Exhibit E2. Can you tell us what E2 is?
So E2 shows two configurations of development across the basin. The top configuration is actual development that has occurred in Township 152, Range 101. And so we'll focus on the top portion here. The north-south wells there were drilled in around 2015. The arrow there points out a section line that was drilled in 2015. XTO drilled those wells, north-south wells. Oasis now owns those wells through the acquisition of XTO properties. Meanwhile, you can see the east-west wells highlighted there in the Lee North and Lee South east-west wells. Those are Oasis wells that were drilled in March of 2024. So very similar development to that we're discussing today. And again, this is actually what's in the ground and has been developed on the top portion of the page. Per our well files and researching the well files, that north-south Eckert lease line that we've identified there going north-south, it is roughly 68 feet from the east line. And the Lee North and Lee South wells that Oasis drilled east-west and recently fracked and brought online in December of 2024. From our diligence of the well files, our research indicates the first take points were about 675 feet off the east line. So when you consider the Eckert lease line well path with the Lee North and South take points, that results in about a 600 feet distance from the Eckert north-south wells, north-south well, lease line well, and the first take point on the Lee wells. I do also want to note that within that development of the Lee North, east-west wells, those wells just recently IP'd, and per our research of public data, that Eckert lease line well is now back online and producing as of December 2024 per public data.
So Matt, and I'm sorry to interrupt you, but I think this is important to discuss this now. Is it your testimony then that these wells were back drilled like the wells in this case, but what Cord or Oasis did is they moved to the east, the take point?
That's correct.
Okay. And in your view, could they have done that in this case?
Yes, they could have.
Let's now go to the lower part of this exhibit, if you've completed your discussion of the upper part.
Yeah, yes,
And
the
let's go to the lower part and discuss for us what the importance of that is after your discussion of the upper portion of the exhibit.
So the lower part represents actual development, Oasis development on the east-west wells, the 1920s that we've discussed that they drilled in October in 2024 and currently fracking, going east-west in 30, 29, and 28, and 31, 32, and 33. The dashed line there is the proposed exception well that we're discussing today. So in essence, it's essentially a mirror image to the actual development that we just discussed on the top portion of the page. Doing the similar math there with our current estimates of our proposed well shown in the dashed portion at the bottom of the page, with the bottom hole location of about 350 feet from the east line, considering the first take points based on our knowledge of Chord's Bitterroot and Sapphire east-west wells in this example, to our knowledge, it's about 150 feet off the west line. That math indicates roughly 500 feet distance from our exception location to their Chord's first take point. Pretty similar to what actually occurred on the top example of 600 feet.
At the previous hearing, it's my recollection that Mr. Throne asked several times if Neptune was provided notice of the back builds. Do you remember those questions?
Yes.
And was Neptune provided notice of the back build?
Yes, we were.
Did Neptune object?
No, we did not.
Do you find that odd that Neptune didn't object, but now you're here today wanting to drill the well on the section line? Or not on the section line, but 300 feet off the section line?
Yes, I think it's our opinion of back builds that it's pretty standard operating procedure across the basin, especially at this stage of maturity of Williston Basin. Lease line wells are developed in tandem with back build wells pretty often.
So generally speaking, does Neptune typically object to back builds?
No, we don't.
Let's go on to the next exhibit, Exhibit E3.
Exhibit E3 shows example of lease line wells in a localized area in Montreal County in Township 15492. The point here is to focus on the lease line wells that we've highlighted in the yellow box. The top one is the Iverson well. The Iverson well was spud in 2019 and IP'd in 2020. That Iverson well was drilled in the lease line corridor and did cross back builds of that north-south pad that we're calling out the Cree pad. And the bottom lease line identified there is the Maria lease line well. And that well is more or less kind of your traditional lease line well, or how you would think, which is developing down the section line with no back builds. The point of this slide then is comparing the Iverson that crossed back builds and the Maria that did not cross back builds. If you then shift to the production plot shown on the bottom right of the page, on a normalized barrel of oil per foot recovered, the Iverson and the Maria are performing nearly identical results.
Okay, let's go to the next exhibit then, E4.
E4, we have a similar situation in E4 that the Anseth LW well was drilled within the 500-foot lease line corridor going north-south there. The toe portion of the Anseth LWs in sections 32 and 31 was developed under back builds. The Wiseman wells drilled east-west in unit, did back build, and then developed sections 31, 36, and 35. Similar situation here, focusing on the production plots when looking at the lease line well that did cross back builds. comparing to the in-unit wells that did not cross back builds and developed in-unit, the well results and oil per foot recovered is pretty similar. In both examples, in E4 and E3, as well as similar performance, there were no anti-collision issues.
Now, you've provided some examples of, two examples in E3 and E4 where stand-up spacing units or horizontal wells or on the section line are drilled up against heels and toes of lay-down spacing units, have you not?
That's correct.
And in addition to these examples, there's many, many more out there, are there not, where section line wells are drilled when there's lay-down spacing units abutting stand-up spacing units?
That's correct. Perpendicular development is pretty common at this stage of the basin.
And one of the arguments that Cord made at the previous hearing, and I suspect I'll hear it again today since they sent an email indicating that their objections are still the same. Are you aware of any collision issues on any of the spacing units out there where we have stand-ups abutting laydowns?
No, we are not.
Okay. And the specific examples you gave here today, are you aware of any collision issues?
No.
Let's go on to the next exhibit, E5. Tell us what that is.
E5 is our traditional reservoir data properties that we present. Looking at the Middle Bakken thickness, focusing on 25 to 35 feet. And with our GORs, we do model an increase of GORs over time as the wells are on ESP, and then once we convert to rod pump, we do see the GOR stabilize. And then the EUR for the estimated ultimate recovery for this proposed well is roughly 550,000 barrels of oil.
And E6?
E6 shows our well economics for the proposed well, with the estimated ultimate recovery 550,000 barrels of oil in our AFE of $8.7 million. At a $70 flat price deck, roughly in line with today's pricing, the economics result in 100+% IRR and NPV10 of roughly $6 million.
Okay, and the next exhibit? Is that the gas capture
Yeah,
affidavit?
the next exhibit is the gas capture plan affidavit, showing that we've been in contact with our gas capture provider.
And that's an exhibit the commission typically requires in these sorts of matters, is that correct?
That's correct.
Some summary questions for you, Matt. If the situation were reversed and Neptune operated the 9 laydown wells, what would Neptune have done differently than Cord has done?
I think the way we would have handled it at the beginning, if Cord were to reach out to us wanting to drill a section line, butted up against our east-west development wells, our initial reaction would have been to begin to coordinate SIMOPS development and do our best efforts to drill and frack the wells at the same time.
And since Cord made no such effort to address that sort of situation, would it be fair to say that all the protections Cord requested in the previous hearing and what we expect them to ask for today is solely a result of things that they created?
Yes, I think there was multiple opportunities for Cord to coordinate operations with us on the front end, and then on the back end, as Cord began fracking their wells deep into the toe of the 3-mile laterals, the last take point that was shot on those wells occurred roughly mid-March. That last take point is 150 feet from our knowledge from the section line. If there was concern with distance from the section well, that take point could have been changed to 300, 400, 500 feet away from the section line. In addition, given that that last perf was taken in March 14th, the hearing that we first originally proposed was in roughly January, mid-January. So there was about 2 months since the hearing from that last perf. Adjusting last perfs in our mind and the take points takes less than a day. So there was plenty of opportunity for Cord to make some sort of adjustment on the back end if there was a concern. And then our stance at the end of the day is that the lease line corridor, if the section well or exception well is not developed, would remain stranded and not optimally developed.
That's all the questions I have.
Attorney Throne?
Yes. Mr. Luna, I'm first going to ask you a question on one of the land exhibits, L3. If you could turn to L3.
Yes.
Are you familiar with the completion of these wells that are shown on exhibit L3 as the east-west horizontal wells at all?
I am familiar with this configuration, and I will point out the reason it's in the land section is because the wells are ongoing on the regulatory prep side. These wells are not drilled. These wells are not fracked. We are still ongoing planning. The offset operator is still acquiring permits. The dash lines there do show permits in hand, but it's still in the mid phases of planning process.
Okay.
And I can keep going on that slide.
What were you going to say?
Oh, nothing.
Okay, let's move now to exhibit E2. And let's talk about the top development. The north-south wells to the west were drilled in 2015.
Yes, correct.
And that is roughly 9 years before the wells, the Lee wells, north-south wells were drilled, right?
Correct.
So the north-south wells produced for several years before the east-west wells were drilled.
Correct.
So any damage or any influence on the east-west wells from the completion of the north-south wells would have already occurred, right? The north-south wells would have drained the lands for 9 years before the east-west wells were drilled.
The wells would have been online for 9 years recovering reserves. That's correct.
And I believe you also testified that the north-south wells are operated by Oasis,
That's correct.
and the east wells are also operated by Oasis. Isn't that correct?
That's correct.
So if there's any damage to the adjoining owners, they're hurting themselves, aren't they?
I think the view of damage here is the lease line well shown in this diagram is draining the lease line corridor reserves.
But if the lease line well was going to violate the correlative rights to the east-west owners, they're violating their own correlative rights, correct? If Oasis operates both sides?
Can you repeat your question?
If Oasis operates both the east-west wells and the north-south wells, and the drilling of the new lease line well is going to drain oil from the east-west sections, are you with me so far?
Yeah, I think
Well, let me finish my question. Do you understand where I'm at? If the lease line well is going to drain oil from the east-west sections, Oasis is draining oil from itself, correct?
I'm going to object. That's a total mischaracterization of what's on this exhibit. Mr. Throne is making the assumption that not only the working interest is identical, but also the mineral ownership is identical. And there's nothing in the record to suggest either.
Section 6.7 may.
I'll let him answer if he can.
Okay.
Well, I was going there, Lawrence. I think in that regard, you're focusing on the operator, Oasis. My response to that would be mineral owners in section 6.7 that are benefiting from the north-south development, they may not be in sections 9, 10, 8, 3, 4, 6 So they're not benefiting from that east-west development. So on your question on Oasis, my response is the landowners on 6-7 may not be benefiting from the east-west development.
Okay. For your proposed exception location in this hearing, have you calculated the drainage radius that you anticipate when that well is completed?
We've done some quantitative decline curve analysis and EUR estimates on impact of spacing and drainage, and based on the analogs we show at E3 and E4, we don't see material degradation on perpendicular development.
So how much do you consider the drainage radius to be on your proposed well?
We haven't really focused as much on drainage radius as we do on quantitative decline curve analysis, looking at 10 analog wells and arriving at kind of what our estimate production forecast would be based on that, based on wells that have been developed in this type of spacing.
If you haven't done any analysis, then how can you testify you're not going to damage the correlative rights to the Oasis sections?
Our focus is draining the lease line corridor of the 500-foot section. Right now, as it stands, there would be 9 take points from Oasis east-west wells within that 500-foot section corridor. If this section line or exception line is not approved, that 500-foot corridor, in our opinion, would not be optimally drained with just 9 take points from Oasis's east-west wells.
I know that's your story, but the answer is you haven't calculated drainage radius, have you?
Objection and move to strike story. It says testimony.
That's,
Okay, same
that's
testimony.
sustained, and he's attempting to answer your question, Attorney Rowe.
Okay. Have you not calculated the drainage radius?
We've looked at frac lengths, we've looked at drainage radius, we've incorporated all types of performance analysis. We rely heavily on quantitative actual production forecasting to help inform our projections.
So you don't have an answer to my question?
Yes.
If my answer is not appropriate, then
Okay.
I don't think I can address the answer you're looking for.
Okay, move on to Exhibit E3. Do you happen to know if the Bakken Formation is thicker in these lands than it is where the proposed well is located?
It is thicker in this example.
And wouldn't the extra thickness make it easier to avoid collision issues?
That's generally the case, I would assume, yes. But the next example, the thickness is pretty similar to the example we're talking about today.
Okay. Now, you, under existing orders, you being Neptune, have the ability to drill another well in the spacing unit without the exception location. Is that correct?
I'm not sure, do you know how many wells are remaining in our 1280? I'm not sure the exact number of wells remaining in our 1280 spacing order.
But you're asking for an exception location to allow you to drill this well, which presumably is authorized in the lands that we're talking about here.
Yes, and I think that just goes back to the 500-foot section corridor that would otherwise go stranded if we do not drill an exception well.
Okay, but could you drill a well 500 feet from the east line without an exception approval?
We would space it 550 to provide buffer, but again, as we move further and further west from this 500-foot corridor, we just risk stranding the reserves in the 500-foot corridor.
Do you happen to know what the reserves would be if you drilled a well 500 feet from the east line?
I don't know off the top of my head. That's not a scenario we've been heavily evaluating.
Do you think it would be less than 550 million barrels of oil?
Like I said, we haven't spent much time evaluating that scenario.
Generally speaking, how far apart do you locate wells in this area?
In this area, we're generally 700 to 1,000 feet spacing. I think in this specific area, we don't have an acreage map, but within our acreage in McKenzie County, this easternmost unit that we're proposing is in some of the highest quality rock of our portfolio. And I think that can be discussed on looking at the geology slides, looking at the structure map. It gets deepest moving east where our DSU is. Most of our acreage is west of our DSU in shallower structure. Same thing with thickness. We are thicker on the eastern part of our asset in McKenzie than we are in the west. So given that, the spacing is a little bit different on our easternmost McKenzie than what we're accustomed to on our westernmost McKenzie assets due to the geological properties, due to our belief that the easternmost part of our McKenzie asset generates a step change better results than our western part of the asset. So spacing is a little irrelevant here on the, our historical spacing on the western part of our asset is pretty irrelevant here on the eastern part of our asset. Just looking at the geo properties and our belief of well results.
What is the distance between your proposed exception location and your existing well next to west?
And our calculation's roughly 700 to 650 feet.
And you want to place your well within 300 feet of the
Section line.
section line? Have no further questions.
Any questions from the staff?
Matt, in the previous case, there was a fair bit of discussion on offset distance from the existing well bores. I think there were some exhibits on separation factors and whatnot. But moving the well as proposed, you're increasing the distance that your existing well would be from any of the, sorry, you're increasing your separation factor of the distance that your proposed well would be from any of the existing wells.
Yes.
Safe? Okay. Do you happen to know what that closest distance might be based on your current proposal?
Like this directional separation factor? I don't know off the top of my head. We do have a drilling, our SVP of drilling may know. He's on the call. We can follow up or ask him, Lawrence, if we want, but I don't know that off the top of my head based on the adjustments we've made that we're showing here today.
Okay. Have you done an evaluation of what the reserves or what the effect of, so you're proposing a well at 350 feet. If you were forced to move that to 500 feet, what the reduction in productivity would be due to its proximity to your easternmost well on the current spacing unit?
No, we have not done that analysis. Based on the case that we presented in January, in this case, we've been kind of honed in on the section line and the 350 feet configurations.
You did testify that your general interwell distance is, of course, I didn't scratch it down. I think it was around 700 to 1,000 feet.
Yes, that's correct.
And in this case, you'd be about 650 to 700 feet off of that westernmost well where you're proposing this well, correct?
Yeah, from our easternmost well, yeah.
Okay, so you're already encroaching on what that distance would be.
That's correct.
Typically. Okay, thank you.
Matt, on Exhibit E3 and E4, can you help me understand in the lower right-hand corner of both of those, the normalized plots? The y-axis represents what unit?
It is oil divided by lateral length. Oil produced divided by lateral length. A barrel
Per foot
per foot.
on both the plot on the left and the right?
Oh, the left is rate, oil rate over time.
Okay,
And then the right is the cumulative production per foot produced over time.
cume per foot. Okay. On exhibit E4, looking at those same two plots, the Wiseman well, let me look here, the Wiseman well they were both IP'd at almost the same time, is that correct?
That's correct.
So the distance, if I went to the normalized month, I guess it's your oil rate plot on the left, in the lower right, if I was sitting there looking at 8 months of time, what's the difference between the Wiseman well in the Anseth well? So there is a difference in oil rate. I'm trying to understand what that is. Is that 250, or is that, so if I took a dotted line and I went straight up from the 8-month line and I went to the light blue line, what's the difference between that and the top? And if I kept that dotted line going straight up to the dark blue line, what's that difference roughly?
One second.
And on the scale, it doesn't appear to be that much, but I'm trying to understand if it is or not, I guess is the question that I have.
It's about 50 barrels a day.
50 barrels a day, okay. But these were both turned on at the same time, correct?
Yes.
In your experience, if there is a frac hit, is the likelihood that the existing producing wells recover better if those existing wells have produced longer or in a lesser time?
Can you repeat the question?
If you have development within your own unit, and you have a frac hit within your own unit, and there's an offset well that's been producing for 6 months, and an offset well that's been producing for 8 years, which well generally recovers better and sooner, or is that hard to tell?
It's a little a mix, but in our experience, we see positive reactions or positive responses in both scenarios.
Okay.
We've had a scenario in North Williams where we drilled wells, and 3 months later we had to shut them in because of an offset frac due to an offset operator. Those wells came online much better and probably benefited from that offset frac. Similarly, we had wells that have been online for 8 years, 5 years. An offset operator came in offset fracked, and it also benefited. And in both instances, what we see and observe is for the most time it generates a much different profile for the better.
Nathan, can the land witness add a little bit to that answer?
Yeah.
The Wiseman is also longer lateral length on this.
Yeah, I did notice that between the two. Yeah, I guess on E3, the
Yeah,
Cree,
the Maria is a shorter, yeah.
the Cree is is that the Iverson well is a 3-mile lateral, 2-mile.
2 mile, right.
And the Maria is a 1-mile lateral. That was another question I had. So you normalize that on a per lateral foot, the oil, I guess it's cume per foot.
Yes.
Okay.
And that's why we've normalized it in this instances, is because of the various lateral.
But in this case, those seem really, really
Pretty similar.
close. And what was the time between? So there's a couple of years between IPs on both those cases, I think.
Yeah, and I think in Exhibit E4, the Wiseman may look like it's underperforming. It is an average of the pad. You know, in some instances, when you get to month 6, 7, or 8, the ESP is kind of running and, you know, maybe an outdated ESP. And so you can see in month 10, when we did an ESP swap, you start to see that getting back on track of of the Anseth well.
Hydraulic fractures generally run perpendicular or parallel to wellbores,
Perpendicular.
regardless of Any anisotropy in the formation?
Yeah, that's been our kind of experience.
Okay. And then have you guys did any fracture modeling in the area to understand effective fracture length, propped effective fracture half length versus just, water connected?
We maintain it in an RTA model, our production engineers in coordination with our reservoir team, but it's kind of an ongoing effort and evolves over time, so don't have any definite takeaways that we can pound the table on.
Thank you.
Attorney Bender, any redirect?
Maybe one question. Mr. Luna, is it your testimony that in order to effectively and efficiently recover the oil within the corridor between two spacing units, you have to either drill in that corridor or relatively close to the corridor line?
That's correct.
And if you don't drill relatively close to the corridor line, you're not going to have effective and efficient drainage, is that correct?
That's correct.
And that will result in waste, is that correct?
Yes.
And if you have wells on one side of a spacing unit that are 150 feet from the section line, and you have no well on the other side to offset that, either within the corridor or in close proximity to the corridor, can you protect relative rights?
I don't think so.
Okay, that's all the questions I have.
I have a couple more. Mr. Throne, was there a reason that Cord didn't request to dissolve the 2560?
I don't know. Mr. Krujak can answer that question, but he just said because they own 51% of the overlapping spacing unit, they didn't feel any need to do so.
Okay.
I will ask him to testify to that fact.
Yeah, Oasis is gonna call some witnesses, you can have.
Okay. And then I guess, Mr. Luna, was there a reason that you guys waited 8 years from the issuance of the 2560 to put, get this permit going?
I think Alan touched on it briefly, but we purchased these assets in 2022. So the previous operator spaced it at the 2560 for us, but the well was always in our plans. It just kind of got accelerated in our mind to an attempt to SIMOPS with Cord once they notified us about the east-west development.
Thank you.
One more
Sure,
follow-up.
go ahead.
And Mr. Luna, why did your plans get accelerated?
Because of Cord's notification of the east-west development.
Was it also a concern about protecting correlative rights?
Yes, absolutely. That we wanted to develop that section line alongside Cord to avoid wasting that lease line corridor.
Okay, no further questions.
Did you offer your exhibits?
I believe I did, but if I didn't, I will offer them again.
They were admitted. Attorney Thorne, did you have witnesses?
Yes, I have two witnesses, one that will be testifying on the telephone and one that's in person. And I need the phone to call the witness.
Right. I wasn't sure, but this could push the meeting a little bit. It could push up against it.
Ryan, you there? Yeah, I can. Going on in the hearing room.
Great, thanks.
Okay, yeah, pass out the exhibits. Mr. Chairman, I have two witnesses. Charles Kruljak, who will be our land witness, who is here, and Ryan McGuican, and I hope I did that right, Ryan, is the engineering witness, and he will be testifying by telephone.
Can you give me Charles's name again?
Chance.
Charles?
Chance.
Chance.
You said Charles.
I said Charles.
Okay,
I was wrong. How's that?
okay. No, that's fine. I wasn't being
Good for
critical.
pointing that out,
I
Lawrence.
thought I may have misunderstood, so.
No, it's Chance.
Okay.
Mr. Kruljak,
Yes.
please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm under the penalties of perjury the testimony you're about to give in this matter will be true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
Yes, I do.
Can you wait till we,
I'll wait till you guys get the exhibits. So Chance, would you please state your name and address for the staff?
Yes, my name is Chance Kruljak, and my work address is 1001 Fannin Street, Suite 1500, Houston, Texas, 77002.
And for whom do you work and in what capacity?
Oasis Petroleum North America, LLC, a subsidiary of Cord Energy, and I'm a land operations manager.
And have you previously been accepted as an expert in petroleum land matters by the staff?
Yes.
And are you personally familiar with the lands that are subject to this application?
Yes, I am.
I would ask that Mr. Kruljak be accepted as an expert witness in petroleum land matters.
Motion granted.
Have you prepared or caused to be prepared certain exhibits for this hearing?
Yes.
And before we start on the exhibits, please refresh the commission's memory on the relationship of Whiting Petroleum, Oasis Petroleum, and Cord Energy.
Yes, Whiting and Oasis merged in July of 2022, forming Cord Energy. And Oasis Petroleum North America, LLC, and Whiting Oil and Gas Corporation are subsidiaries of Cord Energy.
And generally speaking, what is Oasis's position with regard to this proposed exception location?
We are opposed to it.
Why?
We feel it doesn't protect correlative rights. And, yeah.
Okay, now you heard the supervisor ask a question on why Oasis didn't dissolve the lease line 2560. Do you recall that question?
Yes, I do.
Would you please tell him the reason why Oasis has not dissolved that lease line spacing unit?
We're the working interest owner of 51% of that. So being a controlling leasehold owner in that, we felt like we could determine the development of it and the timing, and we could come back to it at a later date if necessary. And I guess we just didn't feel it was necessary to terminate it at that time. But if it were to be if we had known what Neptune was going to propose a well in that unit, we would have asked for it to be terminated.
Okay, now there's been some discussion by the witnesses from Neptune on various conversations between Neptune and Oasis. Did you recall that?
Yes.
And in the last hearing, in case 3,100-500-31-500, did you prepare an exhibit regarding the timeline of discussions between Oasis and Neptune?
Yes, I did.
And that was exhibit L4 in that hearing, right?
That's correct.
Would you briefly describe the timeline of the discussions between Oasis and Neptune using that exhibit?
Yes. So the timeline starts with our spacing application for our 1,920 acre units that I'll talk about more. That goes all the way back to November of 2023. And at which time Neptune testified earlier that they did own the interest. So they had notice of that application and could have objected to it, or at least, or called us and let us know that they had plans in the section line unit. And then we also sent them a drill back notice of our wells in, I think they talked about also in April of '24. We proposed the wells over that summer, so there was plenty of opportunity to talk about it then or reach out to us. They did not reach out to us until September to work on, they said they wanted to work on development timing, but there was a, between November and September, November of '23 and September of '24, there was a long period of time for that opportunity to happen. And they had notice in multiple cases of our plans. And they even sold their interest in our wellbores. So I think they probably did an evaluation of our wellbores at that time as well.
Objection, speculation.
Overruled. Okay, moving on to the exhibits for this hearing, starting with Exhibit L1. Please describe the lands here, and to the extent that Mr. White's already given the history, you don't need to repeat it, but generally refresh the commission's memory on what's going on in these lands.
Yeah, so Exhibit L1 is a regional locator map of a 8-section area that I'll talk about more about the specific spacings of all these sections, but generally speaking, this is around 150, 100 in McKenzie County and 151, 100. 150, 101.
Moving to Exhibit L2, and this is also some information that the staff wanted to know. Please describe the working interests of Oasis in these various spacing units.
Yes, so these are the, you might call them base 1280 spacing units. They all have existing wells drilled in them. Unit A in yellow is the Neptune-operated unit of Township 150 North, 101 West, sections 25 and 36. You'll see that Oasis has a 27.6% working interest in it. And I'd like to point out that with that high of a working interest, we're also concerned about the development of that unit and would like to see it best developed. Unit B is in red, and that's the Oasis-operated unit of 150 North, 100 West, sections 30 and 31. Oasis has 74.91% working interest. Unit C is Oasis-operated 150 North, 100 West, sections 29 and 32. And Oasis has a 44.99% working interest. And then Unit D in blue is the Oasis-operated unit of 150 North, 100 West, sections 28 and 33. Oasis has an 87.33% working interest.
And then have you calculated the ownership in the 1920s that we're talking about, as well as the 25, or correction, the 1280, 25, and 36?
Yes, in addition to the undeveloped section line unit in yellow, but yes.
Okay, would you describe, the overlapping unit, would you describe the ownership using L3 for that one?
Yeah, Exhibit L3 is a working interest ownership breakdown of the overlapping spacing units in this area. Unit A in red is the Oasis Bitterroot unit, and that covers sections 28, 29, and 30 of 150 North, 100 West. Oasis has a 69.06% working interest. And then Unit B is the Oasis-operated Sapphire unit. It covers Township 150 North, 100 West, sections 31, 32, and 33. Oasis has a 69.06% working interest. And then the Unit C in yellow is the unit we've been talking about, the undeveloped section line unit, consisting of 150 North, range 101 West, sections 25 and 36, and 150 North, range 100 West, sections 30 and 31. Oasis and Whiting have a 51.16% working interest.
And it's because of that ownership that you haven't previously requested that the overlapping unit in C be terminated?
That's correct.
Do you know if any of the other interest owners in the two units have an opinion on whether this application should be approved or not?
Objection, hearsay.
Have you been contacted by other interest owners in this unit regarding approval of this application?
Objection, hearsay.
Sustained.
Are you in possession of a letter written to the NDIC regarding this application?
Unless he shows us the letter, I'm going to object as to hearsay.
Well, that's my plan at the moment.
Okay.
Yes, I am.
And have you forwarded that letter to the commission staff today?
Yes, I did this morning.
And when did you receive that letter?
I received it, I believe it was 2 days ago.
Would you pass?
Mr. Examiner, I'm going to object again as to hearsay. I don't have an opportunity to cross-examine the person who prepared the letter, so it's hearsay.
I'm going to admit the letter.
Have you passed the letter out as Exhibit L4?
Yes, I have.
Briefly summarize the contents of that letter.
The letter is written by a mineral owner in sections 30 and 31, Ellen Sue McCabe. And I reached out to her and let her know about this application. She was not given any notice of it. And she supplied the letter in opposition to it. She feels like it doesn't protect the correlative rights.
I have no further questions for Mr. Chance Kruljack. I would like that exhibits L1 through L4 be admitted into the record.
Exhibits are admitted subject to Attorney Bender's objection over the letter.
I'd also object on foundation. There's no indication that the individual who executed this letter has any sort of technical background, a geologist or an engineer. So on that basis, I would also object as to foundation.
I will note your objections, and the commission can give it its appropriate value it determines. Any cross, Attorney Bender?
Yeah, just a few questions. Let's go to your exhibit L3. If I just kind of eyeball the percentages here, it looks like you being Cord, has a 20% greater interest in the 1920 comprised of 28, 29, and 30, and 33, 32, and 31 versus 25 and 36. Is that your testimony?
It looks more like 18% to me, but
Okay, 18, is that approximately 20?
depends on who you're asking, I guess.
Okay. So, is it fair to say that for every barrel of oil that is allocated to 28, 29, and 30 puts Cord in a better position than if it were to be allocated to 25 and 36?
I'd say we'd also be responsible for the cost of that.
That wasn't
So
my question.
It depends on how the wells are. So if the wells are better wells, then yes, but if they're not, then that would be a different calculation.
So are you saying that if a well in spacing unit C is a poor well, you wouldn't get 18% more of that well if that oil were recovered from sections 28, 29, and 30?
We would also be responsible for the additional costs associated with the development from the A and B units compared to the C. So the added oil that we would get from A and B is offset by the added costs that we would be responsible for those developments.
You've used the term correlative rights a couple times here today. Define correlative rights for me.
Objection, legal conclusion.
Overruled.
I mean, correlative rights, as I understand it, is just a way to protect people's interest in different spacing units and pooling units.
Do mineral owners have correlative rights?
I would think that they should, yeah.
Okay. And do mineral owners pay for the costs of drilling, completing, and operating a well?
Typically, they do not unless they're unleased and they participate in the well.
So your answer to my question about the amount of oil that could be recovered by Cord under the 1920 versus the 1280 really wouldn't apply to the mineral owners if we're talking about costs.
If they participated, it would.
Yeah, but a participating unleased mineral owner is a working interest owner. Is he or she not?
We don't call them, we call them participating mineral interest owners.
Okay, do they pay for a portion of the share of drilling, completing, and operating the well?
They do.
Okay, and if you don't have, if your minerals are leased, then that's a different story, isn't it?
Well, the leasehold owners still pay for their portion of the well.
But what about the mineral owner? Do the mineral owners pay?
If they're leased, they do not.
Okay. So we have two different types of correlative rights issues going on here, don't we?
I'm not following your
Well,
question.
we don't just have a situation where the commission should look to the correlative rights of the working interest owners. The commission needs to look at the correlative rights of the mineral owners as well. Is that correct?
That's correct, and that's why Ellen was willing to write that letter. She feels like her correlative rights are being violated.
You had some conversations with with Kraken after the last hearing, did you not?
We talked to them about a week ago. It was a very short call.
And at that meeting, did Kraken advise you that they thought this was a way of resolving this, doing the exception location application?
They were unwilling to change their plans, but yes, they in their mind, this is what they think they should do.
You also testified that the reason you didn't dissolve the 2560 was because you owned 51% interest in the 2560. Is that a fair statement?
Yeah, we controlled, as being a 51% owner, we felt like we controlled the development of that unit.
In other words, you could prevent the drilling of the well.
Which is why we filed the permit protest in the last case.
But you didn't request that the permit be transferred to Cord, did you?
Not at this time. We don't think that the development of that unit at this time is necessary.
Yeah, you want to prevent that well from being drilled, don't you?
At this time, yes.
Because every barrel of oil you steal from the 1280
Objection.
to the east or to the west is another
Objection.
barrel of oil you put in your pocket.
Sustained.
No further questions.
Any questions from the staff?
I have one question, I guess, on if I understood your testimony correctly, and just want to make sure, but you indicated that the mineral owner that submitted the letter was willing to provide the letter. I'm curious, did Oasis reach out to all the mineral owners and ask them to whether or not they agreed or disagreed with it?
We did not.
Do you know if other mineral owners disagree with it?
I would assume they do, but I'm assuming that they probably weren't on notice of this application unless they read the paper.
Objection, hearsay, move to strike.
Overruled.
Thank you.
Chance, when you were discussing the letter, you did indicate that the party had indicated that they were not notified. That isn't indicated in the letter, is it?
It does not say that whether or not they were notified of it or not.
That's information you gathered during your discussions with this party?
They weren't on the list of people that that Kraken submitted with the application, and I in my opinion, there's many other working interest owners and unleased mineral owners that were not notified.
Does Oasis have record of this mineral owner in its spacing units?
Yeah, we have title opinions.
Is that
and
something?
as well as division order?
Is that something, at least confirming the presence of this party in that mineral acreage? Can you provide something?
Yes.
Okay. And as a result of that line of questioning, I do need to ask a question of Mr. White as well. I'll take the opportunity to do it now. Alan, can you give us a rundown of who all was notified for this case?
As far as
I don't have listed names, but general parties.
working interest owners and unleased mineral owners. So that's who I was under the impression needed to be notified for these types of exception location hearings.
So working interest owners and unleased mineral owners?
Correct.
In which spacing units?
And sections 25, 36, 30, and 31.
Okay, thank you.
Can I say something to that?
No, you don't have a question before you. Attorney Thorne, any redirect?
Yes, I do. What were you going to say, Mr. Kolchak? And then I have one other question after that.
I feel like the list is incomplete. That we have a title opinion on our side of the section, or on our 1280 and 30 and 31, and there's multiple owners that aren't on that list of notifications. Multiple working interest owners and a mineral owner that's unleased.
Next question, you heard some questions about correlative rights from Mr. Bender.
Yes.
Do you call that? If this application is approved, if a well is drilled where this application is proposed and it would cause drainage to sections 30 and 31, would the correlative rights of anybody else be violated?
Yes, it would, and thank you for asking that. So because we have laid down 1,920 acre units and then also a section line between units A and B on my exhibit L3, all the owners in our Sapphire and Bitterroot wells in that 6-section area are allocated production from our wells. So if any oil that we would have recovered from A and B, Sapphire and Bitterroot, is now recovered by the exception location well, then the correlative rights of the owners in our 6-section area would be impacted.
I have no further questions for Mr. Kolchak.
And you said you have one other witness, correct?
I do.
He's on the phone?
It should be Ryan. You still on the phone?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Mr. McGuigan,
Yes, sir.
do you solemnly swear or affirm under the penalties of perjury the testimony you're about to give in this matter will be true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
I do.
Ryan, would you please state your name and work address for the record?
Ryan McGuigan, 1001 Hannah, Houston, Texas, 77002.
And for whom do you work and in what capacity?
Cord Energy. My title is Senior Director of Engineering.
And have you previously been accepted as an expert witness in petroleum engineering?
I have.
And are you also familiar with the geology on these lands?
I am.
And you've studied the lands that are subject to this hearing as well as the last hearing?
I have.
I would ask that Mr. McGuigan be accepted as an expert witness in petroleum engineering, and in the last hearing, he also testified as to geology.
Motion granted.
Did you prepare certain exhibits for this hearing?
I have.
First of all, you heard some questions to Mr. Luna about the status of Oasis wells. Are you familiar with the status of the 9 wells that Oasis operates?
I am.
Would you please tell the staff the status of those wells?
We have completed fracture operations on those wells, are currently in the process of cleaning them out. They should be coming online within the next 14 days.
Okay, starting with Exhibit E1, please describe Kraken's proposed development in relation to your existing wells.
Yep, so Exhibit E1 highlights our concern that the proposed will risk the correlative rights of the ownership in the section to the east of the section line. What's shown on the exhibit is the existing wells in the southern end of section 36 and 31. The exception location is identified by the dashed green line, with the distances marked to what would be the implied drainage area from that well. The implied drainage area is defined by half the distance between the proposed well and Kraken's existing producing well. And I'll refer back to the testimony that was heard in the prior case, 31500, where multiple occasions it's expressed that whatever new proposed well gets drilled needs to be located far away from their existing wells as to prevent interference so that it would be economic. But the applied drainage volume depth between those two existing wells, 425 feet symmetrical about that well bore, that would leave 125 feet of drainage into section 31 and 30, which would not be pooled into this exception location, putting at risk the correlative rights of those mineral owners.
So I guess generally summarize Oasis' objection to this proposed exception location?
Yes.
Using Exhibit E2, please discuss the proposed location versus a well that is at a legal location with a 500-foot setback.
Yeah, Exhibit E2 contrasts the difference of a well placed at the exception location versus the current legal location at the 500-foot setback, which would approximately be equidistant between all of the existing wellbores in this area.
Moving on to Exhibit E3, you mentioned implied drainage. Using that exhibit, would you expand on your discussion of implied drainage?
Yep, so using the implied drainage from the proposed plan of 425 feet, about either end of a well placed at a legal location, 500 feet from the section line, all the mineral interests would be protected, drainage and recovery would be maximized within the 1,280 where Kraken is starting to drill the well where Port owns district. We would have no concerns about protection of relative rights.
And that would alleviate any concerns Oasis has about interfering with its existing wells, correct?
Yeah. Yeah, and I will say, as a compromise, if the exception is to be 400 from the section line so that that well could be drilled at 500 feet with some leeway to not cross the setback, we would have no objection to that.
And just to clarify, Oasis wouldn't have any objection if a well was approved 400 feet from the east line?
400.
Correction, you kind of cut out there. Would you repeat that?
450 feet.
450 feet.
Yep.
I have no further questions for Mr. McGuigan and ask that exhibits E1, E2, and E3 be admitted into the record.
Exhibits are admitted. Attorney Bender, any cross?
Yeah, I have some questions. Mr. McGuigan, I want to make sure I fully understand your last statement as a result of a question from Mr. Throne. I believe it was your testimony that Cord would have no objection if Kraken were to drill its well 450 feet from the section line. Did I understand that correctly?
Yeah, I'll refer back to
I'm sorry, have-
testimony earlier.
Ryan,
Sorry,
you're,
you have a hard time.
excuse me, Ryan, you're kind of cutting out. Can you put your mouth closer to the mouthpiece?
Yeah, I will, and I gotta stand by the window.
Okay, can you give the answer again, Mr. McGuigan?
Yes, sir. So I'll refer back to testimony given by Kraken earlier in this case where the intention is to drill the well 6 feet from the exception so that there are drilling columns to make sure that the well does not cross the setback. If the setback were to be 450 feet from the section line, so that a well could be drilled at 500 from the section line, we would have no objection to that.
Okay, that's where I thought you were going with that. But at 500 feet from the section line, you're really not giving anything up because those are the rules are already in place, aren't they not?
As practice, most operators do not drill strictly at 500 feet setback because there are drilling times that need to be accounted for. So as a matter of practice, most operators, to my knowledge, are drilling 550 feet from the section line.
I want to direct your attention to Exhibit E3 for a moment. And I want to make sure I understand this exhibit. You have an arrow at the top of that graph, and it says 650 feet, and then immediately to the right, it says 500 feet. Is that to demonstrate that it's 500 feet from the solid black line to the dashed black line?
It is 500 feet from the dashed green line to the section line, which is the solid black line.
I'm sorry, I lost you. Is it 500 feet from the black line to the large black dash line?
Yes, in my exhibit, it's green. So it is
Okay.
Green.
Okay, I'm
that's
sorry.
the middle bucket well to the section line.
And then, is it 650 feet from the green dash line to the green solid line, which is a wellbore?
That's correct.
Okay, so what you're saying is that if a well is drilled 650 feet from the section line, it's going to adequately and efficiently drain the space, the corridor?
Objection, I don't believe that was his
Maybe so.
testimony.
I'm asking a question. I
Okay,
don't care what his testimony is, I'm asking a question.
okay.
Overruled.
Yeah, there may be some confusion. The distance between the proposed well and the section line is 500 feet. It is not 600 feet.
Yeah, I'm still having a little trouble hearing you, but so let me ask you again. If you're indicating that the distance from the green solid line, which is a wellbore, to the dashed green line is 650 feet, is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay, and so are you indicating that a well 650 feet from the section line will effectively and efficiently drain that area between the wellbore and the section line?
That is not what's shown on the exhibit here. To answer that theoretically, I believe that would.
Say the last part, you would what?
Your question is, if the proposed well was 650 feet from the section line,
Yes,
not 500 feet from the section line, so further than what's represented in the exhibit, would that theoretical well not shown here effectively drain the section that is drilled in? Is that the question?
yes.
Yes, I do. That's possible.
Okay, so if that's your position, why is it that the Industrial Commission created a corridor in an area that they felt needed to be drilled of 500 feet 250 feet on either side of the section line?
Well, you know, it is a mechanism that allows for different well configurations within a development area. Because that it's allowable doesn't, in my opinion, mean that it's necessarily necessary in every instance. There are many cases where we will develop 550 feet on either side of the section line and forego a section line well because we are confident that that maximizes the recovery of the resource and prevents waste and protects corrosive rights. There are instances where the location of a parent well, the vintage of a completion of an existing well, and modern technology would make it such that we would want to drill a well in a section line corridor, but that is not a rule that should us in every instance.
Do you know how long the commission has been granting section well applications?
I do not. I cannot tell you the exact date.
Would you have any reason to dispute it's been more than a decade?
I do not.
Okay. And do you know that in the original order that granted section line wells, the commission made a determination that the 500 feet, or the 1,000 feet between existing wells at 500-foot setbacks was the reason for allowing section line wells?
I do.
Okay. So obviously the commission disagrees with your opinion.
Okay.
Okay. Would you agree that section line wells are necessary to protect the correlative rights of neighboring operators, ensuring both parties have an equal opportunity to produce hydrocarbons?
In certain circumstances, I believe they are necessary. I don't think it's blanket statements where they're required in all instances.
Would you agree that hydraulic fractures in the Bakken typically extend 200 to 300 feet from the wellbore, making it possible to space section line wells close to laydown wells without direct fracture communication?
No, I do not. With modern technology, those fracture extents are much wider than they were 10 years ago, which is precisely why us and other operators in the county are, as a matter of fact, spacing wells anywhere between 1,000 and 1,200 feet from each other.
Would you agree that section line wells, when properly spaced and engineered, can operate to effectively and efficiently drain that acreage without impacting or negatively impacting offset wells?
I do, yes, and that's precisely as the operator with the majority working interest in the section line and the 1920 DSG East, we elected to not drill section line on this system.
Are you still arguing today that there's collision issues with respect to Kraken wanting to drill its well where it's proposed at the proposed exception location?
No, this exception location alleviates the concerns we have about collision.
I'm not sure that I heard. You withdrawn your anti-collision problem?
At this exception location, yes, withdraw that issue.
No further questions.
Any questions from the staff?
Ryan, you have to forgive me, I don't exactly remember everything that was said at the previous hearing, but if I remember correctly, there was a fair bit of testimony given by Oasis that they believed the tows on their laydown wells would adequately drain the section line corridor, or at least their half of the section line corridor?
Yes, that's correct.
And now, so I'm looking at E1. you're now, I mean, you're indicating on this exhibit that there's a concern that your wells couldn't compete for the acreage in the red highlighted interval?
No, that's not necessarily the case. I think I just highlight the risk that as these fractures grow, fractures determining the drainage pattern, those fractures will extend past the section line. And it, depending on where the precise pressure sinks are from the networks developed by either Oasis wells or crack wells, there's the distinct possibility, and I think the reality, that some of the resource in section 30 and 31 would be captured by the new well.
Has Oasis looked at or done drainage calculations for the interval between, for their perforations on any of the laydown wells between the 150-foot setback and the section line? Or their, sorry, let me rephrase that. Looking at the interval between your shallowest take point and the section line well, has Oasis calculated how much of that corridor they anticipate draining with their take points on the existing laydown wells?
Yes, yeah, and it's in our opinion that the 150-foot setback to the nearest take point is an adequate distance to drain that volume, and under primary recovery fully captures the available resource.
Just to the section line or to the other side of the section line?
Just the section line. The matrix in the middle Bakken is better than most unconventional rock. It's not great permeability, and it takes some time for that pressure to transmit across 150 feet.
Okay. When you were talking a few moments ago about the stimulation that might happen on this well, you indicated that your fracture lengths were probably in excess of 300 some feet, which is why you're spacing at 11 or 1,200 feet. Is that fair to characterization of your testimony?
That's correct.
What orientation do you anticipate those fractures being at with respect to your horizontal laydown wells?
Perpendicular.
We've had a lot of history of testimony in the basin that regardless of the initial initiation of a stimulation, that it would also preferentially trend with the northeast-southwest stresses in the basin. Do you disagree with that?
No, I do not.
So on your wells, if they were trending with that, would 1,000 foot, or I guess, how far are you anticipating your fracture half lengths are reaching out?
The fracture half length.
Or prop length,
I don't
whatever.
have that number in front of me. Yeah, I don't have that number in front of me at this time.
Rough
I can't do that
approximation?
trigonometry in my head.
Do you have a really rough approximation?
Yeah, call it an extra 50 to 100 feet.
Would a stimulation of that magnitude potentially reach across the section line boundary at 150 feet from the spacing line, or from the section line?
Yes, that is possible.
So the same argument that Oasis is making might be already in effect with the stimulations that Oasis has done.
That's possible.
bear with me, I'm looking at my scribbles and trying to decipher if I have another question. Just give me a moment. I guess, one additional question, on your E1 and E3, you're representing this, implied drainage area of 425 feet. Can you elaborate on where that number's coming from?
Yes, I'm referring back to testimony in the prior case, where the reason why only one well is being proposed between the existing wells and not 2 wells or 3 wells, because the distance of the proposed well, the existing Kraken well, is far enough that between the two of them, they can adequately drain the resource between. An extension of that logic, I would say that the distance between the proposed well and the existing well at 425 feet would be the implied drainage of that individual well.
Okay, so that's just based on dividing where they're currently proposing to put the well, and their existing well?
Yes, which is precisely why only one well is being proposed here and not 2, 3, 4, 5.
Okay. I think that's all I've got right now. Thank you.
Yeah, I believe this is a geology-related question for Oasis. Is there anybody on that can answer any geology?
Ryan can. He
Okay.
testified that he would do the geology.
Do you guys have any idea if there's any seismically recognized faults or fractures that span between the potential exception location and I guess the first take points of the Oasis wells?
Yes, we do not have, we did not capture microseismic on these wells, nor did we have a 3D shoot or a 2D line through here. To my knowledge, there also aren't any significant lineaments that are mapped over the section line.
Am I allowed to ask that same question of Kraken?
Sure.
Okay. I guess Matt, do you want to take that same question on?
Yeah, I agree. Kraken hasn't done any seismic in this area. In our view of the geology, it's pretty analogous and consistent across the specific section line. These 4 sections we're discussing, or this general area we're discussing.
So we can't recognize any seismically recognized faults or fractures in this area at this time. Is that right?
That is
Yeah,
correct.
no, none to my knowledge.
Thank you.
Sorry.
I have other questions, but I'm good right now.
Any redirects, Attorney Thorne?
I have no redirect, no.
Okay, there was a request to keep the record open for some materials. April 3rd, good enough?
April 3rd's fine.
What's the record being left open for?
I think it was for title opinions for,
Working interest owners and
regarding that letter, to get information on mineral owners and,
You're going to provide title opinions?
no, not opinions, probably the list from the title opinions. The list of working interest owners for 30 and 31, I believe, is what you were talking about, right?
What I asked for was a confirmation that this party on the letter
Right.
was included in that title opinion.
Right.
okay, the record will remain open in this case until April 3rd. Anything more? Because we're about to close the, yep. That concludes our hearing for case number 31591. At this point, we will take a 1-hour break for lunch.
Okay, we're done, Ryan.
Okay, we are back on the record. We'll begin with case number 31592. Application of WGO Resources LLC
Am I supposed to be calling you?
for an order creating a 320-acre drilling unit comprised of the south half northeast quarter and southeast quarter of Section 8, and the north half northeast quarter of Section 17, Township 138 North, Range 104 West, Golden Valley County, North Dakota, authorizing the drilling of a well within said drilling unit and such other and further relief. All interested parties, please come forward.
Lawrence Bender, P.O. Box 1855, Bismarck, appearing in this matter on behalf of WGO Resources LLC. I got to check here and see why they haven't called in. Oh, here they are. Good. Hello? Hello? Hi, can you hear me? Okay, good. Just give me a moment here. I'll put the phone on speaker. Okay, Mr. Examiner, I guess I've made my appearance, so I should have all the witnesses on the phone.
Okay. Mr. Moritz?
Richard, are you there?
Yes, I'm here.
We're having trouble hearing you.
Okay.
I'll turn up the volume here a little bit. Are you there now?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay.
Okay.
Well, you're coming in loud and clear. Thanks.
Do you solemnly swear, do you solemnly swear or affirm under the penalties of perjury the testimony you're about to give in this matter will be true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
I do.
Richard, state your name for the record, please.
Richard Moritz,
And Richard,
M-O-R-I-T,
and Richard, by whom are you employed?
WGO Resources LLC,
In what capacity?
Vice President of Land.
In that capacity, have you testified before the commission previously?
Yes, I have.
Had your qualifications accepted as an expert?
Yes, I have.
Offer the further testimony of this witness out of an expert.
Motion granted.
Richard, let's turn to the packet of exhibits. I've distributed them to the commission staff, and I'd like you to turn to what has been previously marked as Exhibit 1. And what I would like you to do is identify Exhibit 1 and then briefly discuss what's contained upon it.
Yes, Exhibit 1 is the locator map. It shows in red the Fenimon 117 well, and then it shows in the green hatch our Centennial Butte field outline. And the orange is the North Dakota oil and gas field.
Okay.
Sentinel Butte.
Okay. Let's go to Exhibit 2.
Exhibit 2 shows the Fenimon 117 drilling unit and the footage called.
All right, and Exhibit 3?
Exhibit 3 shows our leased acreage in track 1, 2, and 3, and we have the 320-acre drilling unit leased. 98.25% is leased.
No further questions.
Any questions from the staff?
Sorry. Richard, the, on your Exhibit 2, the footage calls that you're indicating, is that for the surface hole location or the bottom hole location?
That's the bottom hole location. The very short kick.
Okay. Thank you.
Ms. Hartwick,
Yes,
do you solemnly swear or affirm under the penalties of perjury the testimony you're about to give in this matter will be true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
I do.
Emily, state your name for the record, please.
My name is Emily Hartwick.
And Emily, by whom are you employed?
By Geo Resources LLC.
And have you testified before the commission previously?
Yes, I have.
And have you had your qualifications accepted as that of an expert?
Yes, I have.
Emily, let's, offer the further testimony of this witness that of an expert.
Motion granted.
Emily, let's turn to the next exhibit, Exhibit 4. Tell me what that is.
Okay, so this exhibit shows a map of the general Red River Formation structure with a 100-foot contour interval and the location of the proposed Finneman 117 unit relative to the Sentinel Butte field to the north, which is the closest existing Red River D production to the proposed unit, about 8 miles to the north. The structure map shows a dip panel trending down into the basin towards the northeast with some subtle nosing. We'll look at a more detailed map of that in the coming slides. And then this map also shows the location of the Kuhn-Harkins 135 well in the Sentinel Butte field, which is the type log that will be shown in the following exhibit in cross-section AA prime.
And the Kuhn-Harkins wells, those were Red River D tests, is that correct?
Yes, that is correct.
And that's going to be the target formation for this well that's being proposed for the 320-acre drilling unit, correct?
Correct.
Okay, let's go on to the next exhibit then, Emily, Exhibit 5. Tell me what that is.
Okay, so this shows our Red River D zone. As you said, that will be the pool that the Finneman will be targeting, and we define that as the base of the Stony Mountain Formation to the top of the rough block. So you can see that in the cross-section in the stratigraphy in the Olmsted Pearl well to the left. That well was drilled deep enough to encounter both of those defining tops. And as an offset to the Kuhn-Harkins 135, which is shown on the right, and that well encountered the productive dolomite from the Red River D. The top and the base of the D zone is shown here with the purple correlation line, and that D zone is about 80 feet thick in gross thickness, and we expect that formation isopack to be consistent down to the Finneman 117 area.
Okay, then let's go to Exhibit 6.
Okay. So here is a more detailed structure map around the proposed unit area that helps better define our geologic interpretation and the basis for the requested unit. So on this map, the proposed unit outline is shown in the red with the bottom hole location shown by the small black circle with a yellow text box call out to that that's defining the bottom hole footages there. The structural contours for the top of the Red River D zone are shown in the black lines, and on this map we're using a 25-foot contour interval. So a little more detail here. Again, we can see that trend generally going down into the basin towards the northeast. However, with these 25-foot contours, we can see a prominent nose upon which the Finneman 117 unit is located, with the highest portion of that nose being in the southern end of the unit. So also shown on this map is the extent of the interpreted Red River D porosity based on 3D seismic attributes in the Hasher pattern. And so we have differentiated what we interpret as the high-quality reservoir in the green Hasher, and then the lower quality, more transitional reservoir quality is in the yellow. And finally, where there is no Hasher pattern to the far southern end of that unit, we interpret that area as being non-reservoir within the Red River D. So you can see that in order to penetrate the Red River D porosity anomaly in the highest reservoir quality area, and also at the highest structural elevation on that nose, which is needed to ensure the best chance of success at locating hydrocarbons and to efficiently produce that anomaly without leaving attic reserves behind. That bottom hole must be placed outside of the governmental 660 quarter line setback, and those windows are shown in the pink boxes that are the two windows on either side of that proposed bottom hole location. So this proposed drilling unit would allow for the Finneman 117 to be drilled at its optimum location, so high on structure within the high-quality reservoir of the Red River D. And as we interpret that porosity to develop to the north, we feel that this unit shape best covers the areas that would likely contribute hydrocarbons to this well, as they could drain up depth if we establish production. With this distribution of the interpreted Red River D porosity, we calculate that unit to be 81% under lane, and that will flow into the following engineering testimony.
No questions.
Any questions from staff?
Emily, the interpretation you're providing on your Exhibit 6, that's all seismic evaluation?
Yes, that's correct.
What was the, I guess, methodology used? Was it seismic inversion, or can you elaborate just a little bit on it?
You know, we are really using every technique that we can use to help identify the porosity. There's really multiple methods that are going into it, and that is, I think, a sufficient answer.
How were you able to distinguish between what you're identifying as high reservoir quality and transitional reservoir quality?
That would be the relative strength of the various types of anomalies that we are mapping. And I can say that, you know, based on comparison to other analogs in other producing areas, we've generally seen a very good correlation between the techniques that we are using and the reservoir quality that was encountered by previously drilled wells.
I'm pretty sure I know what your answer is going to be, but I have to ask it. The extent of your reservoir outside of the 320, can you give me a rough idea of how much additional acreage that would include?
Really not much. This really covers the heart of the anomaly that we are seeing.
Does it extend how far to the east or west of the spacing unit, roughly?
Yeah, it's certainly not another 40. Yeah, without giving away too much proprietary information there, it is not substantial.
Okay, that's the answer I kind of anticipated in asking it, but I have to have an understanding of roughly how much acreage we're looking at in a prospect.
Okay.
With respect to what you've got on there is the 660 governmental quarters lines. That pink box is just representing 660 feet off of the quarter section lines, or the quarter section lines in this case.
Yes, yep.
And it would actually go all the way around the quarter, not just the boxes you have depicted?
Well, I might be being confused.
Let me answer the question. Emily, I think it's a legal question. All that's represented on here, Mr. Suggs, is where the well would have to be drilled if it was drilled under regulatory well location rules, and if the well were to be located in the northeast of 17, or I don't know what's above 17, is that 10 or 8? I guess it would be 8, yeah, or in the southeast of 8. There isn't a, there would be another purple area in the north east of 8 as well, but that's all it represents, Mr.
So
Sutton.
it's just area that you wouldn't be able to put the well
No,
if it were on the,
areas you would be able to drill the well
Oh.
legally.
Gotcha.
But because of the testimony that Emily provided, that we want to drill this at an optimum location, we don't fit within one of those pink areas, so therefore we want the 320-acre drilling in it.
that made sense. I was thinking it was what you, the other side of the equation, what you were trying to depict, and it didn't make any sense, but
Yep.
I understand now.
Okay.
I'm assuming it's too early to estimate what the full drainage might look like from the well, since you don't have an analog in close proximity.
Yeah, I would say that is fair to say. Yep. But if we are assuming that we will drill a charge structure and that this area will be able to contribute.
And what you've got depicted inside the proposed drilling unit would be the majority of the acreage that would contribute based on your analysis.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. And just,
81%.
go ahead.
Oh, I just thought it was, we calculate a 81% underlane, as we have it interpreted at this time.
Okay. And just confirming, your request would be to include the entire Red River Formation in the pool definition for the drilling unit?
Yes, that is correct. Yep, with the traditional definition, base of Stony Mountain to top of the rough rock, and that will cover any potential for some production from, say, for example, the B zone or the C zone, which is a possibility.
Okay. Would you be the appropriate person to ask about the drilling plans for the well, or would that be your engineer?
That would probably be Jordan, the engineer. Yep.
Okay. I'll save that last question. Thank you.
Yep.
Mr. Itzema?
Yes.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm under the penalties of perjury the testimony you're about to give in this matter will be true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
I do.
Jordan, please state your full name for the record.
Jordan Ritzema,
And Jordan, by whom are you employed?
WGO Resources LLC.
And you've had an you've had an opportunity to testify before the commission previously, have you not?
I have
Okay. And what is your position with WGO?
production engineer.
Okay. And have you had your qualifications accepted as that of an expert?
I have.
Offer the further testimony of that of an expert.
Motion granted.
Okay, Ryan, let's go to Exhibit 7. Can you identify Exhibit 7 and highlight what's contained upon it?
Yes. This is an engineering data exhibit, so it's going to cover at a high level all pertinent engineering information. I'll talk through some of this specifically and then just cover some sections, just refer to them. So starting on the upper left, the reservoir description, the target is the Red River D formation. It's a dolomite. Our product top is 11,329 feet. The thickness, the net thickness expectation is 20 feet based on analog, and it's a solution gas drive reservoir. The upper right, reservoir fluid properties. These are all based on analog or correlation. I'm not going to speak to those specifically, but certainly answer questions if necessary. Reservoir rock properties, which flow into our volumetrics. So the second section on the left, the average porosity and SW are taken from our type log, the Coon Harkins 135. And then our original bottom hole pressure is based on a 0.433 psi per foot gradient, 4,905 pounds. The volumetric calculate at 0.8 million to 0.87 million barrels in place, and when we apply the feature underlaid area of 81%, and a 13% recovery factor. We find 305,000 barrels of estimated recoverable oil. I'll jump down to the economic. So that 305,000 barrels is part of the economic, as you can see there. And then when we assume an investment, total investment of about $3.8 million, a net royalty of 80%, and $70 oil price, we calculate a 52% rate of return and a 2.2-year payout. The other two sections, fluid disposition, oil and water will be pulled, the gas will be flared, and then the proposed wellbore construction is posted there as well.
Jordan, in your opinion, will the requested relief prevent waste, protect relative rights, and prevent the drilling of unnecessary wells?
Yes, it will.
Mr. Examiner, no further questions. Offer exhibits 1 through 7.
Exhibits are admitted. Any questions from the staff?
Jordan, is this proposed to be a vertical drilled well, or is it proposed to be a directionally drilled well?
It's slightly direct. Sorry, I'm getting feedback here. It's a vertical directional well.
Primarily vertical, but a slight deviation to get to the spot you're targeting?
Correct. I think it's at a 148 feet surface hole to bottom hole location, surface to bottom hole kick.
Do you have a surface location already surveyed or picked out?
We do. The primary driver on the slight kick is a road. Otherwise, we would have drilled it vertically. It's pretty much flat, flat farm area. There's just we're butted up against the road.
Gotcha. What's your anticipated spud date?
May 15th or slightly earlier.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
Okay, that concludes our hearing for case number 31592. Case
Another
number,
quick order for you to do, Ashley.
case number 31593, application of Formentera Operations LLC for an order amending the field rules for the Black Slough Bakken Pool and/or Foothills Bakken Pool, Burke County, North Dakota, to create and establish an overlapping 1920 acre spacing unit comprised of sections 10, 15, and 22, Township 161 North, Range 92 West, authorizing the drilling of a total not to exceed 6 horizontal wells on said proposed overlapping 1920 acre spacing unit and/or such further relief. All interested parties, please come forward.
Lawrence Bender. Hello? Okay, just a moment. Mr. Examiner, Lawrence Bender, P.O. Box 1855, Bismarck, North Dakota, appearing in this matter, case number 31593 on behalf of Formentera. And I believe you have a list of the 3 witnesses we intend on calling.
Ms. Brigham.
I think we got disconnected. Hello?
Hello? Yes?
Oh, okay. You're still there, good.
Ms. Brigham.
Yes.
Do you,
Yes.
do you solemnly swear or affirm under the penalties of perjury the testimony you're about to give in this matter will be true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
I do.
Rachel, would you please state your full name for the record?
Yes, it's Rachel Brigham.
And Rachel, by whom are you employed?
I am employed by Formentera Operations.
In what capacity?
I am a landman.
And in that capacity, have you had an opportunity to testify before the commission previously?
Yes, I have.
And your qualifications have been accepted as that of an expert?
Yes.
Offer the further testimony of this witness that of an expert.
Motion granted.
Rachel, let's turn to the packet of exhibits for case number 31593. And let's skip the cover page. And I guess we can skip the overview and go right to what's been previously marked as Exhibit 1. And what I'd like you to do is identify Exhibit 1 and then briefly discuss what's contained upon it.
Yes. As mentioned, Formentera has applied for an amendment in the field rules to establish a 20-acre unit within Township 161 North, Range 92 West. Map really just shows where it's located within Burke County. The sections of interest are 10, 15, and 22.
Okay, let's go on to the next exhibit then, Rachel. And you're breaking up a little bit. Perhaps if you move a little bit closer to the mic, hopefully you aren't real close right now. But then I want you to turn to Exhibit 2. And as you did with Exhibit 1, identify and then briefly highlight.
Yeah, please let me know if I'm breaking up any further. But moving on to Exhibit 2, this map is a bit more zoomed in and focused on Formentera's newly proposed 19-acre unit. It's highlighted here in red. The township is largely made up of 1280-acre units. In fact, Formentera has existing 10K laterals in both sections 27 and 34, and in 22 and 15. Those developed units are depicted on the map here in green. Along with those existing PDP in the green unit, Formentera has existing producer permits in each unit, as well as an SWD permit in the southern unit. We're petitioning to amend the northern spacing unit here to include Section 10, resulting in a 19-20-acre unit, as Section 10 is currently undeveloped by a horizontal well. With this change, we'll be able to utilize existing pads, resulting in less surface and utilize.
Okay, and then let's go to the next exhibit, Rachel, Exhibit 3. And by the way, you're coming in much clearer. I appreciate you adjusting. Rachel? Hello?
Hello?
Okay, now we heard you. Didn't.
Okay, sorry about that. I can start over really quick.
Okay. I had asked the question if you could turn to Exhibit 3 and then briefly discuss what's on that exhibit, and we heard nothing.
Okay, absolutely. So in this exhibit, in the visual to the left, you will see sections 15 and 22 having an existing well in it that's operated by Formentera Operations. Within this 1280-acre unit, Formentera's working interest is about 92.7%. As mentioned on the previous slide, you'll see red dashed lines indicating existing producer permits, as well as a star depicting our existing saltwater disposal permit that will drill south off of the existing pad. In the visual to the right, you'll see the proposed 19-20-acre unit that we're discussing today, in which Formentera has a 67.5% working interest. Of course, if this request is approved by the commission, Formentera will reapply for new producer permits to include sections 10, 15, and 22. But that about wraps up what I have for the land exhibit.
Okay. And I have no further questions.
Any questions from staff?
Rachel, are you able to provide Formentera's ownership specifically in section 10 and in section 3 above that? Do you have those numbers handy?
I have the numbers for section 10. I believe we lease 110 net mineral acres in that section. We do not have any leasehold in section 3.
So typically, if you look at, actually I'm gonna just bounce back to your exhibit 2 because it depicts it pretty well. The commission, when establishing these 19, 20 acre spacing units, prefers to see them on pattern within spacing unit boundaries. And the majority of the ones that are depicted on exhibit 2 happen to do that. The 19, 20 you're proposing here would be off of that pattern. Other than the reason you gave for reuse of that existing pad, is there any other reasons you'd be proposing to just include section 10 rather than establishing two 1920s, one being 3, 10, and 15, and the other being 22, 27, and 34?
Yes, along with utilizing existing pads, we'd be able to utilize existing tie-ins with our midstream marketers. Section 3 could potentially be respaced to include 27 and 34 in the township north. I know that's off pattern and not preferred. But also directly to the east, that 211 and 14, 1920 that has been spaced has not had a well drilled in it. So another potential respace opportunity that leads to lay down in 2, 3, and 4. I will say that the further north that we've seen results on wells within this township, there seems to be a decline in reservoir towards the northern edge of the township. And we can provide what we have seen this in a supplemental exhibit, but really wanting to rely on the economic advantage that we have of reusing the existing pad and infrastructure that we have already constructed.
Since you referenced 211 and 14, is that acreage that Formentera has significant leasehold in, or is that a different operator?
We do not. I believe it's a different operator, and I will say I believe that the majority of 2 and 3 are largely unleased at the moment. I know that Cord is an operator in this township, and we'd be happy to have a discussion with them on upcoming development. But when looking at who would potentially operate with us, there's really just a lot of open acreage.
Yeah, I'll agree. Generally, there's a fair amount of open space to work with. But I think I am going to ask for an exhibit that would depict how Formentera would see laying out some of those spacing units to the north of this. Realizing you might not have controlling acreage of it, if you can describe for the commission how it could be laid out, so we're not stranding anything or leaving it behind.
Yeah, absolutely. I can get that submitted.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Mack?
Sir.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm under the penalties of perjury the testimony you're about to give in this matter be true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
Yes, sir.
Clayton, could you speak up just a bit, please? And I'd like you to state your full name for the record.
My name is Clayton Mack.
And Clayton, by whom are you employed?
Currently working for Formentera on a contract basis.
I'm sorry, I missed the last part, what you said.
I'm working for a contract basis.
You're working for Formentera on a contract basis, is that what you said?
Correct.
Okay, you're breaking up. I think if you get a little closer to the mic like Rachel did, we'll be able to hear you a little bit better. And have you testified before the commission previously?
No, sir, I have not.
Did you say yes?
No, sir, I have not.
Okay. What I'd like you to do, Clayton, is briefly highlight for us your educational background and work experience.
I have a bachelor's and master's degree in geology from Texas A&M. I have 17 years of experience ranging from exploration, appraisal, development, operations. I've worked on various projects throughout the Gulf Coast, Permian, Mid-Con, DJ, and Williston Basin.
And in preparation for today's hearing, have you made a thorough study and review of all the relevant geologic matters?
Yes, sir.
And have you prepared or had prepared under your control and supervision some exhibits you intend to sponsor?
Yes, sir.
For the further testimony, this witness is that of an expert.
Motion granted.
Clayton, let's go to Exhibit 4 in the packet. Can you tell us what that is and then briefly describe what's contained on the exhibit?
Yes. Exhibit 4 is displaying a dusty structure map of the middle basin with a contour interval of 50 feet. Depths are ranging from 5,860 to 6,085 feet per feet, with an approximate bed depth of 0.5 degrees to the southwest. Highlighted on the map is the J. Hiram Moore 1-32 type well, highlighted with a yellow circle, with the proposed unit outline in white.
Okay, let's go on to the next exhibit, Exhibit 5.
Exhibit 5 displays type logs with major formation paths posted. Wells in the proposed unit be targeting the Bakken and Three Forks formation.
Okay, and Exhibit 6.
Exhibit 6 displays the same type log zoomed into the Bakken and Three Forks formation. The estimated thickness of the middle Bakken reservoir is approximately 73 feet, and the Three Forks first bench is approximately 17 feet. The thickness and porosity is expected to be consistent across the proposed unit.
No further questions.
Any questions from staff?
Clayton, you indicated you were gonna target both the, or potentially target both the Middle Bakken and the Upper Three Forks?
That is correct.
Can you give me an idea? My apologies. Did you discuss Exhibit 6?
Yes, sir.
Okay, I've got what I need. Thank you.
Yeah.
Mr. Farron?
Yes, sir.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm under the penalties of perjury the testimony you're about to give in this matter be true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
I do.
Shane, state your full name for the record, please.
Shane Farron,
And Shane, by whom are you employed?
Formentera operation,
What capacity?
production engineer.
And in that capacity, have you testified before the commission previously?
Yes, sir, I have.
And you've had your qualifications accepted as that of an expert?
Yes.
For the further testimony, this witness that of an expert.
Motion granted.
Shane, let's go to Exhibit 7. Can you tell us what that is?
Yes, sir. Exhibit 7 shows our proposed full development plan for 1920 acre spacing unit located in Township 161 North, Range 92 West, Section 10, 15, and 22. The plan would be a total of 2 Middle Bakken and 4 Three Forks horizontal wells. The proposed wells will utilize an existing pad. And then also shown on this diagram are our proposed intermediate casing points and bottom hole locations, along with our proposed setbacks of 150 feet north-south, 500 feet east-west. And then the blue lines in this diagram represent Middle Bakken
horizontals or proposed Middle Bakken horizontals, and the orange lines represent proposed Three Forks horizontals. It then also depicted is the existing well there in green.
Exhibit 8.
Exhibit 8 shows our proposed Middle Bakken wellbore diagram. In this area, the Pierre shale top is around 1,850 feet TBD, so we are proposing setting surface casing at approximately 1,950 feet. From there, intermediate casing will be set a minimum of 150 feet from the north-south section boundaries, with the production hole being TD'd a minimum of 150 feet from the north-south section boundaries.
And how many frac stages are you anticipating in this well if the application is granted?
40 to 60.
Okay. Let's go on to Exhibit 9. Can you tell us what Exhibit 9 is?
This Exhibit 9 shows the fluid and reservoir properties, reserves and economics for a Middle Bakken well. We are expecting an initial oil rate of 850 barrels of oil per day. The economics were run using an initial oil price of $65.14 per barrel in 2025, and that drops down to $62.88 a barrel in 2028. We ran the gas price at a fixed $4 an MCF. The drilling cost here is estimated at $9 million, and with those, we are expecting an oil EUR of 589,000 barrels, gas EUR of 1462 million cubic feet, with expected rate of return of 31% and payout of 29 months.
Okay, and then Exhibit 10.
Exhibit 10 is the same highlight except for the Three Forks case. In our area of review and from our past production experience, we have not seen a marginal difference in production between the two targets, and that is why these economics are identical to the Middle Bakken case.
And Exhibit 11, is that a gas capture affidavit that the commission typically requires in these sorts of matters?
Yes, sir.
No further questions. Offer the exhibits.
Sir, admitted. Any questions from the staff?
Shane, looking at your exhibits 9 and 10, you indicated you hadn't seen a difference between the productivity from the Middle Bakken and Three Forks. But the reservoir properties indicate significantly poorer properties in the Three Forks. I mean, do you have a general explanation for why you're seeing similar productivity out of the Three Forks wells when you got a quarter of the pay, less porosity, more water?
To comment on that, I'm assuming in our fracture stimulation, we're just could be contacting some of the different zones within the Bakken petroleum system, which kind of leads to very similar rates.
Okay, so essentially your stimulation is getting you connection to the rest of the reservoir?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Do you know when you plan to spud the well?
Yes, sir. These wells are on the schedule for November 2025.
Okay, thank you.
Do you plan to batch drill all of these wells at the same time?
So initially, our plan is to drill the 2 Three Forks wells that are offset the Middle Bakken producer, which is the existing well. Then we would come back a year, 2 years, and complete the rest of the drilling from the same pad.
Thank you.
Lawrence, is April 3rd long enough to keep the record open?
Yes.
The record in this case will remain open until April 3rd. That concludes the hearing for case number 31593. Case number 31594, application of Formentera Operations LLC for an order amending the field rules for the Backel Noonan Bakken Pool and/or Noonan Bakken Pool, Divide County, North Dakota, to create and establish a 1920 acre spacing unit comprised of sections 3, 10, and 15, Township 162 North, Range 95 West, authorizing the drilling of a total not to exceed 6 horizontal wells on said proposed 1920 acre spacing unit and/or such further relief. All interested parties, please come forward.
Lawrence Bender, P.O. Box 1855, Bismarck, appearing this matter on behalf of Formentera. We'll have the same three witnesses in this case as we had in the previous case.
And you may proceed.
Thank you. Rachel, let's go to Exhibit 1. Can you identify Exhibit 1 and briefly discuss what's contained upon it?
Yes, sir. This map shows where our proposed 1920 acre unit lies within Divide County. As mentioned, the sections of interest are sections 3, 10, and 15 of 162 North, 95 West.
And Exhibit 2.
Exhibit 2, this map is a bit more focused on the newly proposed 1920 unit, again highlighted here in red. This township has recently been respaced to account for a 1920 acre unit development. We've highlighted units in lavender directly east within this township and within that Formentera has successfully respaced within the last year in preparation for our 2025-2026 development program. The proposed unit in 3, 10, and 15 is on pattern, and with both our respacing in 112 and 13 and 211 and 14, as well as with Phoenix's recent respacing requests directly south, which are pictured in orange.
And Exhibit 3.
Moving on to Exhibit 3, in this visual you will see the unit of focus within this case, which includes 3, 10, and 15. Within this proposed unit, Formentera's working interest is approximately 50.1%.
No further questions.
Any questions from the staff? You can proceed.
Clayton, Exhibit 4.
Exhibit 4 is displaying a subsea structure map of the Middle Bakken with a contour interval of 50 feet, depth ranging from 5,800 to 6,000 feet subsea, with an approximate bed depth of 0.5 degrees to the south-southwest, southeast. Highlighted on the map is the one type top well, highlighted with a yellow circle with the proposed outline highlighted in white.
Exhibit 5.
Exhibit 5 shows the type well with major formation focus. Wells in the proposed unit is targeting the Bakken and Three Forks formations.
And Exhibit 6.
Exhibit 6 is displaying the same type well zoomed into the Bakken and Three Forks formations. The estimated thickness of the Middle Bakken reservoir is 71 feet. Three Forks first fringe is 15 feet. The thickness and porosity is expected to be consistent across the proposed unit.
No further questions.
Any questions from the staff? You can proceed.
Shane, let's go to Exhibit 7.
Yes, sir. Exhibit 7 shows our proposed full development plan for a 1920 acre spacing unit located in 162 North, Range 95 West, sections 3, 10, and 15. The proposed plan consists of alternating Middle Bakken and Three Forks horizontal wells, totaling a total of 3 Middle Bakken wells and 3 Three Forks horizontal wells. Also shown are our proposed pad location, proposed intermediate casing points, and bottom hole locations, along with proposed setback of 150 feet north-south and 500 feet east-west. The blue lines represent the Middle Bakken horizontals, and the orange lines represent the proposed Three Forks horizontal
Exhibit 8.
Exhibit 8 is our proposed, or our typical Mill-Bakken wellbore diagram. The Pierre Shale in this area is around 1450 feet TBD, so we are anticipating setting surface casing at 1600 feet TBD. From there, intermediate casing will be set to minimum of 150 feet from the north-south section boundaries, and the production hole will be TD'd a minimum of 150 feet from the north-south section boundaries.
Exhibit 9.
Exhibit 9 shows the fluid and reservoir properties, reserves, and economics for the Mill-Bakken well. We are expecting an initial oil rate of 850 barrels of oil per day. Similar to the previous case, our economics were ran using an initial oil price of $65.14 a barrel in 2025, dropped to $62.88 a barrel in 2028. Gas price is also fixed at $4 an MCF, and our drilling cost is estimated at $9.3 million. We're expecting an oil EUR of 589,000 barrels and a gas EUR of 1462 million cubic feet. The expected rate of return is 36% and the payout of 26 months.
And Exhibit 10.
Exhibit 10 shows the fluid and reservoir properties and reserves for Three Forks well. Similar to the previous case from our area of review, we have not seen any noticeable production profile differences between the Mill-Bakken and Three Forks, and that is why these economics and reserves are identical to the Mill-Bakken case.
And Exhibit 11, is that a gas capture affidavit that the commission typically requires in these sorts of matters?
Yes, sir.
In your opinion, will the requested relief prevent waste, protect relative rights, and prevent the drilling of unnecessary wells?
Yes, sir.
No further questions. Offer the exhibits.
Exhibits are admitted. Any questions from the staff?
Hey, what's your anticipated spud date for these wells?
For these wells, it is May 2026.
And then are you planning on doing the same thing as the last case? Just batch drill the 2 Three Forks wells or three Three Forks wells?
So on this pad, the plan would be to batch drill all 6 wells.
Okay, cool. Thank you.
All right, that concludes our hearing for case number 31594. Case number 31300, application of Fomentera Operations LLC for an order amending the field rules for the Bluffton Bakken Pool, Divide County, North Dakota, to create and establish an overlapping 1920 acre spacing unit comprised of sections 21, 28, and 33, Township 162 North, Range 97 West, authorizing the drilling of a total not to exceed 8 horizontal wells on said proposed overlapping 1920 acre spacing unit and or such further relief. This case has been continued to our April hearings. That concludes our hearing for case number 31300. Case number 31301, application of Stevens Williston LLC doing business as SAG Williston LLC for an order amending the field rules for the Bluffton Bakken Pool, Divide County, North Dakota, to establish an overlapping 1920 acre stand-up spacing unit comprised of all of sections 9, 16, and 21, Township 162 North, Range 97 West, and authorizing the drilling, completion, and production of a total not to exceed 6 horizontal wells on such proposed spacing unit and such other relief as is appropriate. This case has been continued to our April hearings. That concludes our hearing for case number 31301. Case number 31477, application of CTI Well Service for an order of the commission transferring the following confiscated wells: the Placid 28-1V well and the Placid 28-2V well, located in the section 28, Township 146 North, Range 100 West, and the Sheep Creek Storm 1-1V well, located in section 1, Township 145 North, Range 100 West, Rough Rider and Grassy Butte Fields, respectively, Kinsey County, North Dakota, to CTI Well Service as operator, so said wells might be brought back on production and/or such further and additional relief. This case has been continued to our May hearings. That concludes the hearing for case number 31477. I'm now going to call 4 cases that were originally on the administrative docket that received objection. Case number 31612, application of Formentera Operations LLC for an order pursuant to NDAC Section 430203-88.1, pooling all interests in a spacing unit described as Sections 21, 28, and 33, Township 161 North, Range 97 West, Fraser Buck and Pool, Divide County, North Dakota, as provided by NDCC 380808, and such other relief as is appropriate. Case number 31613, application of Formentera Operations LLC for an order pursuant to NDAC 430203-88.1, pooling all interest for wells drilled on the overlapping spacing unit described as Sections 6, 7, and 18, Township 161 North, Range 97 West, Fraser Bach and Pool, Divide County, North Dakota, as provided by NDCC 380808, but not reallocating production for wells producing on other spacing units in such other relief as is appropriate. Case number 31616, application of Formentera Operations LLC for an order pursuant to NDAC 430203-88.1, pooling all interest for wells drilled on the overlapping spacing unit described as Sections 11, 14, and 23, Township 162 North, Range 94 West, Larson, Bach, and Pool, Burke County, North Dakota, as provided by NDCC 380808, but not reallocating production for wells producing on other spacing units and such other relief as is appropriate. And case number 31617, application of Formentera Operations LLC for an order pursuant to NDAC 430203-88.1, pooling all interest in a spacing unit described as Sections 25 and 36, Township 162 North, Range 94 West, and Section 1, Township 161 North, Range 94 West, Larson, Bach, and Pool, Burke County, North Dakota, as provided by NDCC 380808, and such of the relief as is appropriate. All interested parties, please come forward.
Thank you, Mr. Examiner. Lawrence Bender, P.O. Box 1855, Bismarck, North Dakota, appearing on behalf of Formentera Operating with respect to each one of the pooling cases that you just read into the record. Formentera would respond as follows. What Red Crown seems to be objecting to on the poolings is the fact that they were not offered to lease their minerals, nor were they given an opportunity to participate. What Red Crown Royalties LLC seems to not understand is that there is no requirement in a pooling application to send out a well proposal or attempt to lease those interests. That requirement is part of the 380808, which governs the issue of imposing a risk penalty. We are not asking for a risk penalty here. All we're asking for is pooling. The pooling statute is very clear in terms of the criteria that must be met to obtain a pooling order from the commission. You must have a spacing unit, you must have fractional interests, you must have absence of a voluntary pooling, and you need an application. Formentera met all of those requirements in its application, and the statute's very clear that if you meet those criteria, the commission has no ability to say no. They have no discretion. They must enter the order. So with that, I would ask that the commission take into consideration what 380808 provides with respect to pooling, and based on the affidavits that have been filed with the commission, we request that the orders pooling these spacing units be entered.
Any questions from the staff or comments? Okay, we'll note that Red Crown Royalties did provide written objection, but no one from Red Crown appeared to comment. Okay, now I'll move to the supplement. I'm first going to call several cases that were placed on the supplement due to a publication error last month and give an opportunity to comment on those. Case number 31535, Case number 31536. Case number 31537. Case number 31479. Anyone who would like to comment on those cases may do so. I'll note for the record that no one appeared. I'll now call case number 31317. Application of Continental Resources, Inc. for an order creating a 1280-acre drilling unit comprised of sections 30 and 31, Township 162 North, Range 95 West, Divide County, North Dakota. Authorize the drilling of the horizontal well within said drilling unit and such other and further relief. This case has been continued to our April hearings. That concludes our hearing for case number 31317. Case number 31472. Application of Coda Resources Operating LLC for an order to amend order number 33007 and any other orders of the Commission for the Fertile Valley Bakken Pool, Divide County, North Dakota, to eliminate the requirement that one horizontal well be completed in a 1280-acre space unit comprised of sections 4 and 9, Township 160 North, Range 102 West, at approximately the same time or prior to completing any horizontal well in a 1920-acre space unit described as sections 4, 9, and 16, Township 160 North, Range 102 West, in Zone 3, and such further relief. All interested parties, please come forward.
Thank you, Mr. Examiner. Lawrence Bender, P.O. Box 1855, Bismarck, appearing in this matter, case 31472, on behalf of Coda Resources Operating LLC. We intend to call 3 witnesses.
Do I have them?
I can tell you.
Do I have them?
We're here. We're on. Yep, code is on. Can you guys hear us?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay, great. Thank you. Mr. McLaren,
Yes, sir.
do you solemnly swear or affirm under the penalties of perjury the testimony you're about to give in this matter will be true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
I do.
Jason, please state your full name for the record.
My name is Jason McLaren.
And Jason, by whom are you employed?
Employed by Coda Resources.
In what capacity?
I'm the land manager.
And in that capacity, have you testified before the commission previously?
I have.
Have you had your qualifications accepted as that of an expert?
Yeah.
Offer further testimony, this witness that of an expert.
Motion granted.
Jason, let's turn to the packet of exhibits that I've distributed to the commission staff. Let's go to Exhibit L1. Tell us what Exhibit L1 is.
All right. Exhibit L1 is just kind of showing us where we are, the regional locator map. I'll point out we're right next to the Montana border, just north of the Divide Williams County line in the Fertile Valley Township.
And Exhibit L2.
L2 zoomed into the Fertile Valley field and specifically identified the DSUs in question here with this case.
And L3.
L3 is zoomed into the specific drilling and spacing units, showing the overlapping 1920 and 1220 acre spacing units and depicting Coda's current working interest of 89%.
And L4.
L4 is showing the 2 approved spacing units and the producing wells that Coda has drilled and the 1,280 acre well in question in the blue dotted line.
Okay. And that's a well that was not drilled, is that correct?
That is correct. The black lines donate producing wells and the blue dotted has not been drilled.
Okay. And what Coda is requesting in this matter is to alter the spacing or field rules for this particular field so that well does not have to be drilled, is that correct?
That is correct.
And the engineering witness is going to get into a little bit more detail as to why, is that correct?
Yeah, quite a bit of detail.
Okay. No further questions, Mr. Examiner.
Any questions from the staff? Ms. Pfeiffer?
Yes, sir.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm under the penalties of perjury the testimony you're about to give in this matter will be true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
I do.
Catherine, state your full name for the record.
Catherine Pfeiffer,
And Catherine, by whom are you employed?
Dakota Resources,
In what capacity?
as a geologist.
And in that capacity, have you testified before the commission previously and had your qualifications accepted as that of an expert?
Yes, I have.
Offer the further testimony of this witness that of an expert.
Motion granted.
Catherine, G1, tell us what that is.
So G1 is a structure map in subsea TBD. It's on the top of the Middle Bakken member of the Bakken Formation. The contour interval is 50 feet, and as you can see, you're getting shallower to the north, northwest, and then deeper to the south, southeast. And the cross-section on the next exhibit is annotated from 8A prime.
Okay, let's go to the next exhibit, G2.
So 8A prime is going to be a quad combo of our type logs showing from the lower portion of the lodgepole down through the top of the bird bear, and we have targeted the Middle Bakken in our horizontals in these CSUs.
No further questions.
Any questions from the staff? Mr. Hervey,
Yes, sir.
do you solemnly swear or affirm under the penalties of perjury the testimony you're about to give in this matter will be true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
I do.
Jake, state your full name for the record.
Jake Hervey,
And Jake, by whom are you employed?
Dakota Resources,
In what capacity?
as a reservoir engineer.
And in that capacity, have you testified before the commission previously?
I have.
And you've had your qualifications accepted as that of an expert?
Yes.
Offer the further testimony of this witness that of an expert.
Motion granted.
Okay, Jake, let's go to the next exhibit, Exhibit E1. I'll have you identify that exhibit and briefly discuss what's contained upon it. There's a lot of words here, so if you can summarize it, it'd be greatly appreciated.
Yeah, I won't read the whole thing. So E1 is just to give everyone a little bit of background on this area and the kind of history of the process that we have gone through and why we believe that we'd like to eliminate the requirement for the 2-mile lateral in the subject 1280. Obviously, all of this area was based in 1280s as most of the rest of the basin was. We switched pretty much everything that we've been spacing and everything that we've drilled in the last 2+ years to 3-mile laterals. This has allowed us to keep a kind of one rig program going through more fluctuations in oil price change than we otherwise would have. This subject 1280 would have initially been on a development corridor for the initial proposed 1920 that we came to the commission with in case 29870. We ended up withdrawing that case after the hearing due to some of those patterns being off corridor, off pattern, and crossing township lines. So we came back and adjusted that pattern and presented a new development corridor with new 1920s to the commission in case 30012. That was subsequently approved and shifted our development corridor a mile to the south. So at that point in time, we basically should have come to the commission to eliminate the requirement to drill the 2-mile lateral in the subject 1280 before we ended up drilling in one of the 1920s that was approved in that order. The issue at hand was that it would have become a single well pad for a 2-mile lateral, which is not economically viable in this area. And then additionally, we were able to kind of more efficiently drain that whole area with 4 3-mile laterals from our in the 1920 DSU from the kind of newly established development corridor. At this point in time, requiring us to drill the subject well would be economically detrimental. The economics of the individual well itself would likely be negative, and it would also damage the offsetting for producers in the 1920 space.
Okay, E2.
E2 shows the initial layout that we had proposed to the commission, along with the subject 1280 DSU, showing that it would have been on the initial development corridor.
E3.
E3 shows the updated and subsequently approved order showing our current development corridor of a mile to the south of the subject area.
E4?
E4 shows our kind of current thoughts on development in this area in terms of layout. There's kind of two scenarios. We don't have a lot of legacy Bakken completions in this area, so most of our DSUs fall into the kind of layout that we show on the left with no existing wells. In this scenario, we believe that 4 kind of high-density frac new drill middle Bakken wells sufficiently drains the reservoir and provides acceptable returns to CODA. On the right scenario, we're showing where you would have a legacy horizontal well. This is going to be one that was drilled kind of prior to 2012, has a very small frac, and has about, call it 30 or 40% of the production per lateral as our current completions do. So in this scenario, we believe that we're able to add 4 new drill middle Bakken wells to the DSU and without degrading the performance of the new drill wells. The kind of scenario that we don't contemplate at this point in time is 5 high-density new drill middle Bakken wells with large fracs.
Okay, and then finally E5.
E5 is just the final recommendation as an order, to request kind of an amendment to eliminate the requirement to drill the 2-mile lateral in the subject 1280 township. Again, we believe that the economics would not be positive at this point in time and would harm the existing producers. I would like to just add that we did miss this initially in our, but when we developed 1920, so we've added a kind of additional review process for going back through all of the requirements on the orders as part of our kind of ongoing development planning. So we do apologize for missing this and not coming to commission previously, and we're hoping that the updated process will eliminate this from happening in the future.
In your opinion, will the requested relief prevent waste, protect relative rights, and prevent the drilling of unnecessary wells?
Yes.
No further questions, Mr. Examiner. Offer each of the exhibits in case 31472.
Exhibits are admitted. Any questions from the staff?
Jake, for sections 4 and 9, you do not plan to drill any 1280 wells, correct?
Correct.
If the commission deems it appropriate, would terminating that 1280 of 4 and 9 be acceptable to CODA?
Yes, it would.
Thank you.
Jake, at the time when you were at the commission during case 30012 and initially proposing the not initially, but when you re-proposed the 1920 more on pattern, were you contemplating the development corridor you have on E3, or were you considering drilling wells from either the north or the south of that spacing unit?
We were only contemplating the development corridor shown on E3 at that time.
So when you were here for that adjustment, it probably should have been noted that you no longer planned that 1280?
Yeah, that's correct, and that's what we missed at the time.
The wells that were drilled, they were drilled off of 2 different pads, correct? And from the south end of the 1920?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, they're on L3. And the original well in that spacing unit, that's an older vintage, sorry, not that spacing unit, the 1280 that is 16 and 21. That is an older vintage completion?
That's correct.
So that would have fit the concept of your on an E4, the eastern, or the right-hand side of that exhibit would have, if you had an existing well along those lines, it would have fit that development pattern.
Exactly. And if you go back to L2, kind of shows it. That's what we've done in the 1920 to the south as well. And it also shows kind of our history of sticking to that development corridor and then utilizing those pads with reoccupation to drill north and south.
Since you referenced that southern 1920, do you know what Coda's plans are right now for the east half of that 1920?
Yeah, it's on our drilling schedule to reoccupy the pad in section 16 within the next year or so.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Yep, thank you.
That concludes our hearing for case number 31472. Case number 31478. Application of Devon Energy Williston LLC for an order for the Hart Butte Bakken Pool and/or Twin Buttes Bakken Pool, Dunn County, North Dakota, to create and establish the following. 1. 1280 acre spacing unit comprised of sections 4 and 9, Township 147 North, Range 92 West, authorizing the drilling of a total not to exceed 7 wells on said proposed 1280 acre spacing unit. And 2. An overlapping 2560 acre spacing unit comprised of sections 4, 5, 8, and 9, Township 147 North, Range 92 West, authorizing the drilling of a horizontal well on or near section line between existing spacing units on said proposed overlapping 2560 acre spacing unit, and such relief as appropriate. Such further relief as appropriate. This case has been continued to our April hearings. That concludes our hearing for case number 31478. Case number 31154. Application of Sustainable Projects Group, Inc. for an order pursuant to NDAC 43-02-03-51 at SEC, authorizing the construction of a treating plant to be located in the southeast quarter of Section 21, Township 149 North, Range 98 West, Kenzie County, North Dakota, and such other relief as is appropriate. This case has been dismissed. That concludes our hearing for case number 31154. Case number 31509, application of Phoenix Operating LLC for an order amending the applicable orders for Kittleson Slough Bakken Pool to establish an overlapping 3840 acre spacing unit described as sections 2, 3, 10, and 11, Township 157 North, Range 91 West, and sections 34 and 35, Township 158 North, Range 91 West, Montreal County, North Dakota, and to authorize one horizontal well to be drilled on such unit and granting such other relief as may be appropriate. This case has been dismissed. Concludes our hearing for case number 31509. Case number 31264. Application of Phoenix Operating LLC for an order amending the applicable orders for the Little Knife Bakken Pool to establish a 1920 acre spacing unit described as sections 5, 8, and 17, Township 144 North, Range 98 West, Billings County, North Dakota, and to authorize 4 horizontal wells to be drilled on such unit and granting such other relief as may be appropriate. This case has been continued to our April hearings. That concludes our hearing for case number 31264, and that concludes our hearings for the day.